Well, good morning and welcome to another Escape to Nature. And you're with me, Alex, here in Okakuyo. And quite clearly, lots of bird vocals at the moment. We did just get some of those spur files that are around. You can also hear some of the blacksmith lapwings and the rest. But of course, this is a live and immersive experience, and it is your journey and safari into the African wilderness with us. So do send through any questions, comments, things you want us to touch further on, or anything else that you might find interesting and you might want to know more about. But of course, I am Alex, and we are here in Okakuyo, Etosha at the moment, and a rather clear day after a few days, at least 2 days ago, of some precipitation up here. And what this Friday the 13th has in store for us remains to be seen, but I for one am hoping for a rather busy day. So just taking a moment just to pick up any audio, perhaps see anything moving off in the distance. It's probably worthwhile having a little scan around just to see if there is potentially anything to view at the moment. Good morning, Billy, and yes, indeed, let us get this nature party started. It is going to be a rather fun day, I'm sure, and it is looking very, very cool here at the moment with all this green flush coming through. So lovely to see. And as I said, just going to have a little pan around, pick up if there is any movement around, and of course, just pick up any of the bird audio that is around as well. Quite clearly, not too much wind or anything else at the moment. And talking of wind and the like, let us go and have a look and see what the weather is doing for today. Quite clearly, a rather clear day here at the moment, but of course a little bit overcast in the other areas as well. So what that means for us for today and how that unfolds, of course we'll have to just wait and see. You can just see to the grebes as well, yet to see the Egyptian goose family, or hear them this morning. So something just to keep an eye out on. But the moment, just waiting for some form of mammalian life. Of course, lots of birds around at the moment. A very peaceful start to Friday morning. Good morning, Sandy. And yes, there are a number of them. A couple of different doves. I did hear some European bee-eaters. I did say that the redneck spurfowl were around as well. I haven't heard any of the helmeted guinea fowls just yet. I'm sure at some point today we'll also hear Cape crows, perhaps see them, and perhaps see the pie crows. There's a number of little different starlings in that calling as well. And I'm sure we'll hear the southernmost weavers at some point too. Perhaps some hornbills, so we'll just have to wait to see really what does pop up, sound interesting, and of course just see what is going on with all of the bird life anyway. But there are some little grebes in the waterhole as is, so we'll just have to wait and see. a little foraging party that is around at the moment. Hi Neil, yes, I'm hoping that is the case. I'm sure it's going to get rather hot with it being clear at the moment, and of course Tasha is rather hot anyway. So with it heating up, perhaps it'll draw out some of the wildlife that has also moved off to those seasonal pans, and of course the green flushes that are around, or that new fresh vegetation for them to eat. So we'll just have to wait to see, but I'm sure a busy day does wait for us. So you'll be able to pick up some of those European beaters, some of the starlings as well, and of course the blacksmith lapwings. So of course, being quite far away from the water, it is quite tough to show you the birds and of course get around. So just one of those things we have to deal with. So those that do come into frame, we'll obviously try and pick them up. At the moment, our two little grebes here in the water. Of course, the most widely distributed of the grebes we do find here, in southern Africa at least. And they can be rather nomadic as well. So nice to see them. Of course, the water is very, very calm at the moment. So enjoying a rather relaxing start to their Friday. So just getting some emerald spotted wood doves as well. Of course, laughing doves. I'm sure we'll hear the mourning doves as well at some point. Nice just to watch our little grebes as they bob in and about the water down there anyway. A nice audio of our European bee-eaters. No sandgrouse this morning just yet. You can just see some of the doves fluttering down there. Emerald spotted wood dove calling now again. It's interesting watching the grebes as they go about their business, because they dive down and then all of a sudden pop up in a completely different area. So I'm going to zoom back out and we'll wait to see how that synchronized swimming goes for them and where they actually do pop up. It's always quite fascinating watching them go about their business. And there's the first, and there's the second. So interesting to see how far they did move. So still just watching the synchronized swimming little grebes and waiting for them to kind of dive down and then pop up again. So quite cool just watching it anyway. Blacksmith lapwings coming through, some doves. So we've got Cape Turtle and laughing as well that we've just heard, as well as the emerald spotted wood dove in the distance too. It does sound like a grey hornbill. Screeching as well. Hi Dana, thanks very much for your question. And here in Etosha we don't get hippos, and a lot of that has to do obviously because of the dry, arid conditions. Of course, in Namibia there are hippos, a little bit further northeast of us, so closer to the Botswanan border, of course the Angolan and then Zambian border there in the Caprivi. So along the Zambezi and Chobe, that is where the hippos then would occur. So unfortunately, no hippos here in Etosha. And we've got our first springbuck of the day. So nice that we do have some mammals. There's two of them. One a little bit further away. There's a couple of things further off in the distance, and I do think that they are the springbuck as well. Lovely audio of our European bee-eaters chirping away at the moment. Morning, Miss Molly, and thank you for asking your question about how far the tree line is from the waterhole here. And It is anywhere from between 350 to 500 odd meters. Of course, it's not a straight line. There are points that pop out, and obviously those that also drop a bit deeper, a bit further away from us. So that is why on average around 350 to 500 odd meters away from us. And that is primarily Mopani thicket. Of course, a number of other Senegalias and that, so all the acacias well found within there. And once these springbok do get down, we'll get a closer look because there's a lovely silhouette on them as well. So lovely with all this bird audio. Of course, our springbok too. Always enjoy hearing those emerald spotted wood doves. One of my favorite sounds, at least when in the natural world. So you'll hear that very raucous and quite imposing sound of the Cape Crow as well. The third springbok coming through now. So nice that the action is picking up. Hi Nancy, and thanks for your question around the quelea. We're yet to see any around here, but they are in fact the most numerous bird in Africa and in fact the world. So they form as a very large flocks that do roost as well in them. And one of the best places to see them is actually across in Mashatu. But unfortunately we can't be there at the moment, so the chance of us picking up on them quite tough. But yeah, yet to see them here at the waterhole. They are definitely in the area. I just haven't seen any quelea just yet. But yes, they are the most numerous bird in the world anyway. One or two species of them. And there we go. There are our Namakwa sandgrouse. I just wanted to come out a bit. Just start to see there are quite a few springbok coming down to join us. So the Namakwa sandgrouse, lovely little bubbly sound that they make. And they do come here in good flocks as well. So if we pick them out, of course we'll have a look. Lots of bird life around at the moment. So lots of doves coming through. A number of birds also picking and drinking water as they fly by as well. Hard to make them out because they do move at rather some pace. So not necessarily the easiest thing to pick up on. But right here is what is making that lovely noise at the moment. That is a Cape crow. And they do come here in good numbers, so you hear them throughout the day generally. Of course, when it is rainy and that, they kind of do tend to keep quiet, but there we go, that one just flew off. But nice to see. So, of course, crows and ravens, thought to be the cleverest birds, family of birds at least in the world. Of course, another number of very clever bird families, so parrots, starlings, miners, also very intelligent birds indeed. But of course, things like owls and other birds of prey as well, also geared very differently to do different things and specialized in the way that they go about their business too. Hi Logan. It sometimes does depend on seasonal movement. It also does depend on the size of the reserve or wild area we are in, as well as the food resources for them. Of course, the springbok used to migrate in very large numbers here in South Africa, and those herds would have numbered up to 1,000. It's not uncommon to see herds of around 100 or hundreds of springbok, depending on the area and, of course, seasonal movements as well. So food resources sometimes dictate that too, as well as water and things like that. Although they are very arid adapted, springbok don't necessarily have to drink every day. In some cases, they don't drink for months, even years. It does depend, obviously, where they are found. It's thought that there are some springbok that might not even drink in their entire life because they'll actually just get that moisture content that they would need from the vegetation and food that they then do take. So that is when water is obviously very scarce and in very dry, arid areas. So we are in a dry, arid area anyway, but there is, of course, water here, and they won't turn that down.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
So quite cool just having all the springboks slowly making their way down. And it does look like we are in for a rather action-packed full day of springbok. At least I did just hear the Egyptian geese. They haven't shown up on the scene. But we'll have to wait for them. No doubt they'll be in and amongst doing their general kind of route around and then through the waterhole as well. So a lovely little herd of springbok coming down here. Let's just kind of plot the best place for us to view them, and then we'll get a closer look once they are all around. Hopefully some of them will start wading. It's always quite cool when they do get into the water as well. So always quite cool watching the approach of the animals as they come down. Lovely to see a big herd like this getting through. Morning, Zoe, and thanks for your question. And yes, springbok are very, very well adapted to arid environments as well as the desert. They're also known to then, as I was saying earlier, substitute the moisture water or water intake that they need through the vegetation that they consume, as well as taking little tubers and that to kind of keep that moisture level up. But another interesting fact, at least with springbok and with gemsbok, is that they might even hold off grazing till the evenings once a dew kind of content around as well on the grass and that does increase, so that also then does increase their moisture intake in a day too. So it's one of the adaptations that they might use in a day, depending on the heat and of course depending on the amount of graze and food that is around for them. But yes, very specialized animals and of course arid adapted. So always quite cool being able to watch the silhouette. It is rather calm on the water surface at the moment. So that is affording us that opportunity to kind of get that mirrored effect right now. Very cool. Lovely in this light. And awesome to see how much greenery really is coming through the Kalkriet as well. Hi, Frank. Thank you for your question. Rather interesting one. Why do springboks have such thin legs? Of course, springboks are very quick runners. One of the things that they do, and they're known for, is stocking and pronking. And of course, these adaptations do allow for them, obviously, to run very fast, of course, being very good jumpers as well. That stocking and pronking that I was talking about, that kind of metatarsal back patch that they have, you'll be able to see a little bit of the white that then pops up, kind of like hackles, when they are stocking and pronking. That stocking and pronking is done kind of to advertise their fitness, their agility, and to show a predator that they are not the one to kind of add to their menu item for that moment in time. So it is one of the things that they kind of then do, advertising how fit and agile that they are through stocking and pronking. Stotting and pronking. Hi Millie, yes they really are, and it's lovely that these springbok have come close to us, and of course that wind is behaving at the moment, because once the weather does, or the water surface gets a bit choppy, we will lose that reflection. So nice that it is playing ball for us right now, and fantastic because it kind of doubles up on the sightings. It does look like there's a mirror effect going on. So you'll be able to pick out the audio there of our Egyptian geese, yet to really show themselves. Of course, we will have a look to see if all 5 of the goslings are with them. Looks like more springbok coming down as well. So just having a little pan around, make sure we haven't missed anyone. It's always nice to add to the mammal list anyway. Just make sure we do have an idea as to what is going on in the distance as well. Hi Adam, and as soon as we get a springbok that is kind of closer to us, we'll have a little look at them. You can see 2 of the Egyptian geese now, and we'll come have a look at them as well. Let's just see if there is a springbok that is at the water's edge, and we can have a look at those horns for you, Adam. So I'm hoping that we might get an example of a ram and a ewe, and we do quite clearly have that here. The one on the left being a ram, that thicker width and horn base, and this ewe here with the very thin horns. So of course these are adaptations, and you'll notice that they kind of curl inwards right at the tips, so not necessarily straight. Of course all horns are used in a number of different ways for different things. Of course if they did need to butt anything, they would do that, and of course the males, if they are competing with one another, obviously clash their horns together as well. So these are evolutionary traits and things that have been adapted for these animals over many, many years. And interestingly enough, with regards to the oryx, I'm sure we will hopefully get some sighting of them throughout the course of the day, with it being rather hot and clear. But it is noted that the cows sometimes have longer, pointier horns than the bulls, who might have shorter, wider horns on the oryx or the gemsbok as well. And they have those very long, straight horns. Of course, they do use them for self-defense as well. So something that they have adapted to obviously use those horns for. So I'm going to come and try and find our Egyptian goose family. And let's see if actually there were 6 the other day that I did count eventually. Let's just have a look to see. It looks like the morning's routine just starting to get underway for them. And they'll go all the way around. So I'm told that apparently these goslings have been given names. I'm not too sure which is which, or what is what. But the male and the female quite clearly here. The male being the one closest to us with that thicker neck. Female, the one with the checks in the water, that thinner neck. But they will go along their little route. Kind of consists of cruising along the waterhole edge. Sometimes swimming in, but of course just feeding on any of this little green vegetation that is around. So nice to see them. And they do get themselves quite camouflaged. Very, very hard to pick up on them at times, obviously, when they do hide behind the concrete. But great to see them. Of course, the day's lessons just beginning. So I do have the 6 names for the goslings. Of course, I do not know which one is which, but I'll give you the names of them. Apparently, they are named also after the MC and those in MC. So we have MD, MJ, CT, NJ, MO, and GSD. According to you, the viewers, these are the names of the goslings. But of course, I'm not too sure which is which. Pretty hard to differentiate at the moment. But those are the 6 goslings. So quite an awesome scene at the moment with this lovely morning light. Nice to pick up on some of the colors on the geese as well. Perhaps if they turn in the right direction, we'll get some of that iridescence off their wings. That's cool to be able to pick out those pink legs. Hi Joe. So both parents do undertake that role of obviously supervising and having a look to see what is going on. Of course, the gander, that being the male, doesn't necessarily lead the family. Of course, the mother and him will act to protect the chicks. And of course, at the moment, he seems to be the one that is kind of leading him, the mom, kind of just corralling them against the shoreline and looking like she is making sure that they have had their breakfast. So either one of the parents kind of will guide them. It really just depends on the moment in time. So just here with our Egyptian geese, watching as they scoot about the waterhole edge. Quite cool, always awesome to see youngsters. So we are still with our Egyptian goose family, and awesome to see how much these goslings are actually growing. So they take around 2 to 2.5 months until they fledge. A rather quick fledging cycle, but if you consider they're born precocial, so they basically start eating from the minute their eyes are open. So they bulk up and obviously fledge very quickly, but it takes around 2 years for them to mature. So mature being that when they would then start to consider pairing up and then breeding. And in the wild, at least, the average lifespan for an Egyptian goose is around 12.5 years, but they can live up to around 25 years, which is pretty long if you consider. So up to 25 years of age. So on average in the wild, around 12.5. So quite cool. There's some interesting facts on Egyptian geese at least. Of course, very revered back in ancient Egypt. They were thought to be sacred for the Egyptian culture back then as well. So it was very striking birds, endemic to Africa. There are some subpopulations that have kind of escaped and are found in England as well, although they don't do too well in cold weather. Obviously not being suited to that. They are far more adapted to these warmer African climes. It doesn't mean to say that in some of the urban areas in the UK, for example, they have started to set up shop. Hi, Zachary. So I did mention just now that at around 2.5 months or so, or 2 to 2.5 months, they do fledge. So with them then fledging, that is kind of when they start to learn to fly and then do start to move on their way. So from around 2.5 months, they'll get and begin to start moving off, flying around, and then settling themselves. So it does take 2 years for them to mature, but from around that time, they will start to become way more independent. They are very independent anyway now, they just haven't fledged. Hi, Ethan. So molting and fledging will start to occur within 2 to 2.5 months. So that first fledge, obviously when they start to develop those feathers, that kind of is that beginning, that first molt that they would then, this is the case through maintenance. It kind of does happen throughout the course of the year for them. They of course do preen, and they have a preening gland as well. Obviously maintains that oil, that natural oil that they do need on those feathers too. So lovely to spend some time with these geese. I'm going to zoom back out again. Let's have a look to see how many springbok have come to join us. Nice to just see Egyptian geese though. Of course, some springbok that have come down as well now. So a busy morning of springbok today. Hi Alana, that's a very good question. And of course, all appendages have a purpose. Generally, I think perhaps there's some debate with regards to appendixes and that kind of thing, at least with humans. But these with tails and antelope, a lot of them serve the purpose of helping to keep flies at bay, kind of disrupt and disturb them, flicking them about. Some then are also then used as a flag system when animals disperse, run away from predators, just so that everyone can kind of see what's going on. And that particular with the bushbuck kudu and inyala, where they've got that white underneath the tail and kind of acts almost as a marker as they all disperse and head off into the bush, so others can kind of see which direction they've gone in. But, things with very long bushy tails, things like wildebeest, oryx as well, those tails then being used to kind of swat flies too. And you'll notice that the springbok have a rather small tail as well as impala.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So quiet moments here with a number of springbok. Very cool, as I mentioned just now. Lovely to see one or two of them starting to wade. The first wading springbok of the day. So awesome having all of these springboks and the life around us. Nice to just pick up on some of that Namakwa sandgrass audio as well. But of course, for those of you that have tuned in, please do remember that this is a live and immersive experience. So please do send through your questions and your comments. anything you wish to know from or about the areas, as well as the animals and bird life or anything else we do spot. It's always great hearing from you, so please do send those through. It's fantastic when we get to interact with you guys as well. Hi Walter, so they're known to take a number of little different forbs, shrubs, and browse as well quite clearly. And when there are little flowers and that about as well, they'll take that, little tubers as well. Of course, if there are any melons in that, I'm sure they would take that too. So they've got a very diverse diet. So lovely scenes here really at the moment. Very cool, nice silhouette, very tranquil as well. And awesome having all this life around us at the moment too. Hi, Alexandra. And the diameter on a springbok spur is around 3.5 odd centimeters. So that would be the width of the hoof. So roughly 3.5 to about 5.5 odd centimeters. So quite narrow. So 5.5 odd centimeters, I'd say, in length. So that would be from the tip of the hoof to the back, to the base, and in width at around 3.5 odd centimeters. So very cool. Awesome just to have them coming in with us. Nice little cameo from the Egyptian geese. Quite a cool silhouette over here as well. So nice to see. Looks like the one there is rather pregnant. Of course, they can drop lambs at any time of the year. There is an increase though seasonally. So of course now getting into the wet season there would be an increase of lambs. But they don't have a set breeding season or lambing season either. Springbok will mate and give birth throughout the course of the year. Hi Noah, and yes, if they do come around, I suppose closer towards us and by the camera, and if they aren't big numbers, you will hear them kind of making almost like a little bleating, lambing kind of sound. So you would hear that, and of course when they alarm, kind of like a snort that is then given off. So just watching one of the blacksmith lapwings, some of the goslings, of course the two Egyptian geese parents, and a couple of springbok just milling about. So get that nice audio of the emerald spotted wood dove as well. As I said earlier, one of my favorite calls at least. And we just zoom out again. Let's just wait to see where the springbok have decided to congregate. And we'll go and join some of them. Some hornbills calling. Blacksmith lapwings as well, vocal at the moment. It looks like the springbok are off to the west of us. So good numbers of them coming through. Lots of separate little herds, family groupings really. And a very pleasant way to start the day. So, just some quiet time with our springbok at the moment, but definitely treating us to a relaxing Friday morning. So a very peaceful moment. And Okakuya, lots of springbok there. You can actually just see them milling about in the tree line as well. So just a quiet little moment. Still very calm and along and across the water's edge. And really cool for those silhouettes at the moment. Sorry, Dana, I just need to get your question again there. So thanks for your question, Dana. Dana wanting to know if twins are common with antelope. And while they do occur, they're definitely uncommon. It would take a lot of resources to be able to produce two healthy fetuses. But of course, It's not that it doesn't occur. They do, and it does happen, but definitely on the rarer side of things with regards to twins being produced. Yet to see any twins this year, of course, but it's not impossible, and definitely is recorded. So it really is quite cool having all these springbok descending on us, and they're coming from all directions really at the moment. It's kind of hard to pick up or kind of track just about where they're all going off to and coming from, just because they literally have been coming from all directions throughout the course of the morning so far. And you'll just be able to pick up lots of their different shapes and bodies as well, off in the distance too. It's quite a cool grouping and picture here anyway. Hi Martha, thanks very much for your question. And they are of course found in Namibia, Botswana, South Africa, and in the southern parts of Angola. And of course I did allude to the fact that there was a very big migration of springbok that used to occur here in South Africa. There are 3 subspecies of springbok as well. The biggest subspecies being that of the Kalahari, smallest being the Karoo that we would find here in South Africa. And with regards to where the greatest numbers of springbok are found, that could change just because, you know, if there aren't any fences between Namibia and Botswana, so the numbers could swell on either side, in particular around the Kalahari. But as well in South Africa, numbers perhaps not being kind of, I suppose it's more of a an estimate that would be given, just because there are a lot of springbok that are also found on farms and private land as well. So, you know, within the recessive game trade or breeding trade, there are different and color variants as well. So, would like to say that perhaps South Africa would have the highest number of springbok, but you know, that could very much change between Botswana and Namibia as well, just depending on seasonal movements too, perhaps. Hi Molly, yes, it's fantastic having a relaxing moment like this at a waterhole. And waterholes generally are exactly that, peaceful interludes. And what we're doing right now is escaping to nature. So a great way to immerse yourself, just actually take in the natural world and enjoy peaceful moments such as these.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So, come across to the other side of the waterhole for now. Just waiting the approach of these other springbok, at least from this side. Of course, lots of food and vegetation around for them with all that rain that has fallen, and the green flush is quite evident here. So you'll notice that little jackal popping through, and clearly the springbok aren't that perturbed by it, but definitely giving it the beady eye. It's just gone behind. It's going to pop out again now. There we go. One of those little logs. So I'm sure it'll come down and drink. Lovely to see. Nice to have some variety, and of course variety of the predator kind. At least omnivore with regards to this jackal. And springbok definitely giving it a little bit of a wide berth there. So just come around. The Egyptian geese alarming at it as well. Of course they are on the other side of the dam, but a lovely view of this black-backed jackal. Hi Amanda, yes, you and me both. It is fantastic to have this jackal, although it won't be for long. I think he's going to head off right now. Not trotting away as fast as it trotted down, but lovely to be able to see. Of course, always great to be able to get a little glimpse into their life. But here we go. Going to be shooting off now. And as I said, when leaving the waterhole, not as fast as when it came down. So able to see that pace, of course, very typical kind of jackal jog that it's doing, kind of trotting about. One or two things to smell quite clearly, and off on the game path, and I think that will be the end of our jackal. We'll just have to wait and see, but I'm sure heading off into the thicket, probably going to rest up, but being quite, but yeah, definitely making a beeline away. So unfortunately, I think that is the end of our jackal sighting for now. Still really lots of springbok all over the show, kind of peppered throughout this entire scene, really, all throughout the concrete, picking up all that new fresh vegetation that's obviously coming through. So great to see, and you can literally just see all these little clumps of springbok all over the show. Of course, they are the most prevalent of the herbivores or antelope here in Etosha. The second most prevalent being the zebra. But now with the rains coming through and all the vegetation popping up, there is a migration that occurs. There is a population of zebra that does hang back though. They do hang around obviously in the western part, but the majority of the zebra do migrate eastward. So the numbers of zebra are going to dwindle. So it'll be interesting to see who else does come through and join us for today. Obviously, jackal and many springbok that have been with us throughout the course of the morning, really. Interesting to see what other herbivores are in the area, and perhaps the water is going to be the drawing factor for them to come through. So slowly heading off that springbok at least, and zoom back out. Just take the opportunity just to watch from a distance, kind of pick up on any other movement. It seems that this is probably the coolest little view we have at the moment. The Egyptian geese, blacksmith lapwings, and of course the springbuck. Quite cool just watching the little geese goslings being rounded up and kind of chased down into the water, scooting about at a little bit of pace. Hi, Jeremy, and that's a very interesting question. And on a number of, at least, cave paintings from the sand, there will be depictions of springbuck. Of course, most revered of the antelope, for the sand people at least, was the eland. But most definitely, there are recordings of and depictions of springbuck on a number of sand paintings as well. So most definitely there is some historical reference, and definitely within the historical sand cultures as well as those paintings as well. A little bit of disturbance coming off the camp there. So one or two maintenance things just going off there, and just striking a little bit of uncertainty into those springbucks. So they're bolting about, but I'm sure they will come back and join us. Still got our Egyptian geese in the foreground milling about too. So nice little scene here. Very cool just to sit back and enjoy.
Quite a little bit action here.
It's a bit of action, but not really that, because mostly it would be very active here. But because of the water that is now in the field.
We have like a lot of elephants on the other.
Yeah. Even the guys in the reserve, I can hear them on the radio, they're struggling to get there anyway.
So for those of you that have tuned in, just so that you are aware, we are here in Okukuyo, and Okukuyo is the main camp of Etosha. So if you do pick up the audio of others, there's tourists, perhaps the odd tourist guide with them, and they're clearly standing quite close to the camera, because that is why we're picking up the audio. So apologies for that. Of course, we try to bring you the most immersive experiences possible, but sometimes that is not the case. And of course, right now, just being disturbed by some of the people that have also come to view the wonderful waterhole of Okukuyo.
They catch the nuts and they fall on a tree, and the car coming and open it,
And then they come take
and
it.
they come. Okay. They steal a lot of things.
Yeah. They've got their own strategy.
Yep. So, not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, now we saw a lot, eh?
Yeah, we did say a lot.
Schau mal, wie die da rumläuft mit dem auf dem Kopf. Aha, ja.
just a woman.
So enjoying some peaceful moments here with our Egyptian geese at the moment. One or two springbuck milling about. Otherwise, a rather relaxing morning.
He's been a couple of times here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was long ago. That was long ago.
Yeah. The name of Okoye is actually in one of our local languages. It used to be a name that was given to a woman that gave birth twice a year. It just represented the base person.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Okoye.
Oh, but I remember.
Yeah.
It's dry here, then the water holes got a lot of water.
Are very full, but if it's wet, then
And you have all the animals on different sides of the water hole. Cool, so there's nice horns.
yeah.
Bull in the front.
Yeah. And you can see the young one, the horns are actually pointing forward. That's how you will know that they're actually still more young.
Have you lions here in the park?
Yeah, we do have lions here. Also on the reserve we do have two prides of lions, around about 50 adult lions.
Although they are in the shadow.
Yeah. Through the day, exactly. Through the day they are just lying down, being lazy.
Don't even them.
Yeah.
But we saw elephants, rhino.
Rhino, yeah, yesterday.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Now, churros,
Yeah.
stuff.
Springboks and
Yes,
zebras.
really everything.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied, I tell you. I'm
Just picking up some of that Cape Crow audio as well. Nice to have all of these springbuck now coming closer to us. Yet to have any really close, but as they do get closer, we will obviously try and have a good look at what is going on. So I'm going to try on these ones here, where they do move around quite extensively. Let's just have a look. So a nice little scene. One or two of them quite pregnant. And still lovely silhouettes coming off the waterhole as well.
What is this time here?
This one that's close to us, quite light in color. Interesting just to see the differences. So a number of them was quite russety, almost more tawny. And this one that is right here, being quite light.
It looks like a juvenile.
Hi, Justin. That's a very interesting question, and one I'm going to have to get back to you on. I actually never thought about the size of a springbok's stomach. But a very interesting question indeed. And quite clearly, obviously, with the females, you know, obviously carrying lambs, being a bit more bloated than the rams. Of course, rams are a little bit bigger than the females. But I've never actually thought of the stomach capacity of a springbuck. Of course, being ruminants, so 4-chambered stomachs as well. being able to obviously digest and bring up that bolus, and then allow the bolus to go from the rumen to the reticulum, the abomasum, and then the abomasum after that. So effectively the 4 chambers, and which one would be the biggest? I think that would be the rumen, but I'm actually got no idea as to what the capacity of a springbok stomach would be. I mean, they obviously aren't the biggest of antelope. So, I mean, heaviest probably being around 40 to 45 odd kgs worth. And probably about a minimum of around 30 odd kgs on the smaller side. So I can't imagine it is the biggest in terms of capacity either.
Keep the bush green.
One line into one time. Long ago.
Long ago there was actually one.
But they didn't put it in the big one. What I
Yeah.
And clearly moving on from us. I'm going to just zoom back out. These two are hanging around, so we'll just have a closer look at them. Lovely to see. Really are very pretty antelope as well. Lovely markings and colorations on them. Of course, they do roam around in mixed herds or harems. Generally, the ratios within, so the ratios of males and females in those harems are around 3 to 1, females to males, within a mixed herd or harem.
And you have every animal in the property too. Most of the animals have it's easier to find in the property because the air pressure you only keep on the main. Now in the property there are some roads that you actually looking for the animals. Yeah. Good? You. While we are driving slowly back, we will find something.
So very grateful that all of our Springbok have been around with us throughout the course of the morning. Let's just have a little scan around. Hi Vinny, interesting question. And of course, when it comes to the water, at the moment, there would be ground water that might be prevalent, so little pans and pan systems that would have formed because of the rain. And obviously in the pumped water holes, such as this one, Ukukuyo here, you see that is where fresh water is then pumped in and maintains that dam level, the water hole level itself. So it isn't necessarily the fact that the animals differentiate that, it's just that the fact that there obviously is the presence of other water sources, and it does mean that they can roam further and graze further away from these water holes as well, just because they then have access to drinking water while they are further away. So it means that they can disperse. So it's not necessarily that they differentiate it, it's more the fact that they have access to it, meaning that they don't have to make these very long treks towards the water sources that are available year out. Much the same in any other area. So even in areas such as the Sabi Sands, in the summer seasons, once the pan systems and that are available and there is surface water that does form, the animals also disperse. So they don't necessarily then have to frequent, say, a river or a dam that is around year wide. Pick at any of the little green shoots and little grass that is around the waterhole edge.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So just here enjoying these little goslings, their parents, and the call of the Cape Crow. So some nice European beaters coming through. It looks like our Egyptian geese family are rather stationary at the moment. I'm going to just zoom back out, see how many springbok are still with us, and perhaps zoom in on one or two of them. But clearly no wind around at the moment. So lovely to see. That might change though as we kind of reach midday. But still a few hours off of that. I do think that the wind perhaps will start to build up this afternoon again. So we'll just have to keep tabs on what is going on. Lots of springbok scattered about. Definitely a few down here. So it looks like these guys are going to come and join us. And we'll just pan in a little bit. Enjoy that silhouette and a quiet moment with the springbok. So I was mentioning earlier, it is always cool when the springbok wade in. And these ones, as it is starting to get a bit warmer, definitely taking that opportunity to wade a little further into the waterhole. Of course, noted that the springbok generally feed on a little bit more active around dawn and dusk, so earlier mornings, and of course then later on in the afternoons. Kind of taking the opportunity when it does get really hot in these areas, in these climes, to rest up in the shade. Perhaps then doing more ruminating than anything else. Conserving energy is one of the number one things to do in an arid environment such as this, is conservation of energy and resource. Hi Vincent, it's not the deepest of waterholes, probably max around 1.5 odd meters in its deepest, and that'll be around the center or so. So those Cape Crows getting rather vocal right now. Interesting because after the rain that we have had, it's been rather scarce too. So it's interesting to note. Clearly without much rain today, it doesn't look like there's any that would fall today. Rather clear. Crows being rather vocal. So I'm enjoying a rather peaceful scene at the moment. Springbok aren't drinking really, but a lovely silhouette with them. Of course, a couple of them just off in the distance there, milling about, having a little graze amongst the concrete. So awesome with our springbok. Sound like a little robin calling as well. Some lovely audio as well. A very peaceful, tranquil morning here in Okukuyo. No complaints. Really has been rather fun. Sorry, White Man, I do just need to get your comment there again. Hi, White Man, and that is actually rather awesome because painting obviously being a rather relaxing exercise, and the setting, if I zoom out, no doubt quite inspiring for anyone else out there wanting to depict a rather awesome landscape. So I get exactly why you would want to use the blue of the waterhole as is right now, White Man. Very, very picturesque indeed. And a lovely setting here. Once I can get the camel thorn in frame. A rather iconic scene. Something I'm sure Pierre Neef back in the day would have also enjoyed looking at and perhaps painting.
Yeah, so a lot of those things that we saw, particularly in the
Hi, Brandy. Yes, they are very peaceful. Of course, if they are disturbed, if there were any predators around, that behavior I mentioned earlier about the stotting and the pronking, it would probably be the next bit of behavior that we would then watch and encounter. But of course, very relaxed, placid springboks that we do have with us at the moment. Very regal as well. Very much suited to the environment. Nice audio again of the acacia pie bar, but lots of springbok at the moment. Looks like we've got some impala approaching. So it's a bit bigger than the springbok itself. And to me that does look like a herd of impala, but will be confirmed momentarily. Lovely to see some of the black-faced impala. It's arid adapted impala from the area, endemic to this area as well. So quite clearly a little bachelor herd of black-faced impala coming to join us, and it'll be interesting to see how impressive some of those horns are. I've noted in the past there are a number of rams here in the area with very impressive horns as well, particularly for impala. So we've got some lovely black-faced impala that have come to join us. Nice to have a little bit of variation with regards to the antelope that have come through for us. A nice bachelor herd of them. How long they'll hang around for, not too sure just yet. But fantastic to see these guys. It's been a while. And we'll try and get a closer view. Looks like they're kind of splitting up. So let me just zoom back out. And we'll then get the best view once they've all kind of settled at the water edge. So let's get nice and close. See if we can actually make out some of those black faces on the impala. You can see that on that one there, at least it's thwarting one of the wading springbok as well. But they kind of have that dark marking from between their foreheads right down the tips of their noses, which is where they derive that name, the black-faced impala. And of course, a lot more arid adapted than those found along the eastern coast of Africa. So from South Africa and all the way up East Africa as well, along the Rift Valley, all in those areas. They also noted that some of the populations, at least in one population up in Kenya, also with very large horns, much like some of the ones that we've seen here. But, very pretty.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters.
The Impala have kind of moved off for the moment. We're going to try to see if we can't locate them, but I think they'll be heading back to the Mapani thicket and the rest. So probably time for us just to spend a quiet moment with the springbok that have come to join us. Lovely springbok across the side over there. I'm going to zoom back out. There are some springbok that are closer to us on this side of the waterhole at least. Quite clearly the Egyptian geese not too happy with the presence of everyone at the moment. So it's been a rather pleasant and fantastic morning here in Okakuya, but it's time for us also to check in with Ralph and BK, say good morning to them and see what's going on in Amakhala.
And welcome to the Amakhala Game Reserve down in the Eastern Cape on the east coast of South Africa, a little bit further inland from where you may see Nick on the Kariga Game Reserve. He's closer down to the coast. And anyway, we're out in the midday heat looking for animals that are potentially doing something, not in the shade. And well, we've just been able to find this lovely specimen of an elephant bull, which is called afstert, because half of his tail is missing. So that's an Afrikaans word for tail off. Now, my name is Ralph Kirsten, and on the camera I've got BK. How's it, BK?
How's it?
And how's it to all of you once again? Well, he is a beautiful elephant indeed. Although he's got one of his teeth missing because he got into a fight with a bigger bull than him. And so that's as a result of him taking on somebody that he shouldn't have. And that big bull that did break his tooth off has gone on and done it to another one as well that thought he'd challenge the dominant bull. So that's what happens between elephants. Sometimes they do come to blows, lots of head butting and maybe a bit of tusk fighting, but this one came off second best. Anyway, he's not fighting currently. He's just sort of down here. There is a little bit of water and mud there. He was throwing a bit of it on himself a little while ago, and with the temperature starting to rise significantly, it's a good idea. He was throwing the mud behind his ears and on his back and a little bit on his belly, which will stick to him and then keep him a little bit cool over a longer period of time than if it was just water, which would evaporate much quicker. So they actually do like the mud for that thermoregulation purposes, and it does help quite a lot. Very often after that, then they go looking for dust and then caking in that lovely cool mud on the inside. So Ronnie, you say what a big start to the day. Yeah, well, it's, as I say, getting quite hot. So the animals become rather lethargic around this time, and it's sort of probably lower 30s, but it's still rising. Luckily, there is a bit of a breeze. Otherwise, it would be very stifling. But it does help the elephants as well, especially if they throw mud on them. Then that evaporation process sort of helps to keep them cool. And you can see the mud that he's been splattering on himself there. Lots of wrinkles, and that wrinkly skin of an elephant is also another way that assists or helps them keep cool, especially when they throw mud on themselves, because they're then able to extend the body surface of the skin as well as put mud into all those grooves, etc. It does stay cooler for longer. He did have two beautiful tusks, but now just one. So Brittany, elephants don't really get sunburnt, but they can get dehydrated, and they can. Oh, he's just exhibiting his extra appendage there quite nicely. So they won't get sunburnt, but if there's no mud, if there's no water around for them to cool themselves off, they can get heat exposure and sun exposure. that they need to go for water and try and replenish the water that they may have lost through trying to keep cool during the very hot times. So it's important for elephants to have lots of water. The desert-adapted elephants, they can go for sort of around about a week to 10 days without water, but that's still pushing it, and that's an extreme example of elephants adapted to surviving in water-scarce environments. Normally, they would drink sometimes 2 or even 3 times a day. If it's a very long walk to where they need to access the water, they can drink once a day, and they'll drink an excessive amount on that one time. The desert elephants, they're able to move between different areas where they are able to access water, and they can go for longer periods. It is also known that there's sort of an area within the throat that the elephants are actually able to store water in that particular organ, and they're able to access it if they go for extended periods without water, and then actually just a little bit of that and they spray behind the ears, because that's where their real radiator is, and is probably the biggest part that helps them to cool down with the thermoregulation. So if they can then spray water behind the ears, even if it's a little bit, it really does help in getting their body temperature lowered, or keep it low, that they don't overheat. It looks like he's decided that's enough for him. I don't think that there was really that much mud there for him to access, so I don't think he was too happy with that. He might be moving on to go and find another spot where he can get some mud and do a proper mud bath. That one was just like a little pit stop. Now, when you look at the elephant's tracks, you'll often see, you'll just have seen how his trunk was hanging down there, especially when it's hot. They sort of are a little bit lazy, as you can imagine. It's hot, so, and they've got a big head, they've got a big trunk. It can become rather heavy, but when you see their tracks and you see this like swishing from side to side, almost snaking track within the footprints, it's that the trunk of theirs as they walk, and as you saw there, getting a little bit heavy, and then they actually drag it on the ground sometimes, and then it does show in the tracks. Look like he may just be stopping to feed and get a few more calories and energy. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Remembering that elephants need to almost constantly feed. They've got a huge calorie and energy requirement to fuel this massive body that they've got. And they've got a pretty terrible digestive system. So it does work brilliantly for the ecosystem because they pass so much food through. But it's not great for them in terms of them being able to relax. They need to almost constantly fuel themselves with the vegetative proteins. Keep on throwing it in. And they can feed, up to about 100 kilos of food a day, and they'll defecate, between 20 and 30 of that every day as well. And there you can see his tail, and that's exactly why they call him afstert, or tail off. And just it's a bit of a stump I want to ask Nick if he's met Stompy, the male stallion zebra on Kariega, but he's had his entire tail bitten off by another zebra. But he had himself a little harem, and I wonder how he's doing. I'll have to find out. Just makes those kind of characters very easy to identify. So Natalie, they don't normally have such short tails. I'm not sure what happened to this one's tail. They are normally quite a bit longer than that, but this one has had it either. I don't know why that would have been cut off. You know, there's no crocodiles here for them when they're crossing rivers, etc. There's no real issues around poaching and snares. So I'm not quite sure what could have made his tail break off or be cut off like that. I haven't got any information from the guys as to why that tail is so short, but it is normally quite a bit longer than that. And then they do have the elephant hair at the end. It's black hair that comes out both sides of it. Probably normally be about another 0.5 meter or so. Just wobbling the head there, that's normally just when he's got something in the trunk and then just pulling it out. Heart. Jack. No, as far as I know, they've got one heart. I'm just going to double check that, but that's a good question, Jack. And that they would obviously have to have a very big heart, so to pump the blood around their bodies. And they say that the average weight for an elephant's heart is between 12 and 21 kilograms. So it's massive, and that's 0.5% of the animal's total body weight. So that's very interesting, but it is just one heart. And it hangs between his breastbone and the ribs, just a little to the left, similar to us. But instead of having a single point like we do, an elephant's heart has 2 points at its apex, which is interesting. So that's atypical. Interesting. Just looking a little bit further and deeper into an elephant's heart. They say that it beats around 30 times a minute. And if you compare that with a mouse, that beats up to 700 times a minute. So, in a human heart, around 75 to 80 times. So they less than half the amount of beats that we have a minute. Yeah. It's incredible because, I mean, if you think about the amount of blood that it needs to pump around that huge body up to the brain, it would require quite a lot of logistics. Sometimes feeding on dry or, barky wood and leaves, vegetation, they get all of that in. And a lot with the bark, the cambium layer, where the xylem and phloem is transported on with trees, there's a lot of nutrients within that than the elephants access when they chew on the whole thing, but I think that's probably the best part of it. Very often why you start to see that reddish, pinkish color to elephant's dung. It's a lot down to that cambium layer, and where the best nutritious parts of the wood that they feed on is found. You can see by the level of activity how hot it is getting. So Mason, comparatively speaking, an elephant's ear is quite a bit softer than the rest of its skin. You see all that wrinkles and everything. It is very rough. And I've had the privilege of being able to actually touch an elephant behind its ears. They were doing vasectomies of elephants on a particular reserve that I was working on. And so that was, in effect making them sterile, because they were trying to just control the populations. And they were, it was a new procedure that they did on the reserve that I was at. But while they were busy with the procedure, they obviously sedated them, and they had this big crane, and they accessed behind the ears was where they sort of put in any of the injections and so on. And so we had to hold the elephant's ear forward so that they could, the veterinaries could access that blood vessels, etc., the veins and the arteries behind the ear itself. And so I got a feeling of that compared to the elephant's body itself. And I would say that that's probably one of the softer parts of an elephant, is behind the ears. And it is well protected, sort of, by that flap itself. So when they push it back, it's nicely protected behind it. And yeah, I compared that to the rest of its skin, which is extremely rough. It's still rough, but it's probably one of the softer parts of the elephant itself, in my opinion, having felt the different areas with my own hands on a live animal. I've also come across dead animals that have died from different reasons, but yeah, obviously skin and that hardens up in the sun. So that's not a true reflection of what they would feel like when they're alive. So I've just compared that to when it is alive, and yeah, and here he's going now for a nice bit of dust bathing. See, they always tried to put it on the same areas where they had thrown the mud on as well. Got some lovely red soil there. So Brenda, sorry, I'm not quite sure exactly what you wanted to know about the trunk, but the trunks of elephants are extremely interesting body parts. They have literally thousands of muscles within the trunk. Ah, that's an interesting one. How heavy is an elephant's trunk? Well, I can tell you that they are able to hold about 7 liters of water, 7 to 8 liters of water within the trunk. And they generally weigh upwards of 100 kilograms. So it depends on the size of the elephant. It can even be up to about 130, 140 kilograms. And then they're able to lift in excess of 250 kilograms with that same trunk. So it's incredible. All depends, obviously, how big the elephant is. But yes, definitely over 100 kilos would be the weight of a particular trunk and then being able to lift in excess of 250 kilograms with said trunk. So very, very interesting indeed, and a massively useful tool for the animal itself. I mean, they've got that real power to lift things, but then at the end they've got a real dexterous. They can pick up tiny little seed pods with the end of the trunk, which acts almost like two little fingers. That's why it's quite difficult for elephants when they do have an issue or there's an amputation for whatever reason, a snare or some kind of skin condition or whatever, of the end of the trunk. Obviously they lose those two fingers, so it's almost like losing your hand. And then, yes, you still have the arm, but you don't have that dexterous or dexterity of the two fingers at the end. And they do say that the reason an elephant's trunk is so heavy is because there's over 100,000 muscles and tendons in the trunk itself. And it's formed by the merging of the nose and the upper lip. So the two of them together. Because you see when they start feeding, I mean, they've only got that bottom lip that comes up to the trunk. So the nose and lip is actually merged into that modified appendage.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
Wow, Isabella, that's a good one. Elephants having cancer. I know that they can get cancerous growths, but I don't know if they do actually get cancer. But we can always have a look. And immediately, as I've mentioned, tumors as a result of accumulation of gene mutations can increase with age, but unlike humans, elephants seem to buck this trend. Despite their large body size and life expectancy comparable to humans, cancer mortality in elephants is estimated at less than 5%, rather than up to about 25% in humans. So there obviously is cancer in elephants, but it seems rather rare. And according to a study published by researchers, discovered that elephants have extra copies of two cancer-fighting genes, P53, which hunts for cells with miscopied DNA, and LIF6, which obliterates the mutated cells before they can form a tumor. Wow. So they almost are cancer beaters, because it seems to that they fight, and a lot seems down to this cancer fighting gene called the LIF6. They call it the zombie gene. So it's the P53 and the LIF6, which are the two cancer fighting genes. Because animal cells keep dividing over an organism's life and each division carries the risk of producing a cancerous mutation, it should follow that larger animals with longer lifespans are at higher risk of developing cancer. Not for elephants, whose 5,500 kilogram bodies have startlingly low rates of cancer, and a fact that has puzzled scientists for decades. But now, as I say, they're putting it all down to the P53 and the LIF6 genes. Very, very interesting indeed. So thanks for that question. I've learned a little bit as well. While we continue on the education, I think we're going to continue on and see if we can find maybe the breeding herd of elephants from here. If you give us that chance, I'm going to send you on over. I think it's to Alex.
Thank you, Rolf. And yes, back here in Okukuyo, where the springbok numbers have started to dwindle, I think as we start to approach more the heat of the day, midday, and of course a rather warm afternoon, it seems, that is on the cards. Our Egyptian goose family still bobbing about, but the springbok, to the most part, have kind of let us be. There's one or two that are still around, but not in the numbers that they were here earlier. So we'll spend some time with this Egyptian goose family and just wait to see what else is happening. So a little bit of foraging and grazing going on here with our Egyptian goose family. wind slowly starting to pick up as what we thought. Just as the day does get hotter, those thermals then do start to form. Of course, evaporation also taking place. So it is noted that we will see a bit of the wind pick up towards the afternoon, perhaps into the evening as well. But lovely to see these guys out and about again. And still 6 of them. So, fantastic. Just sitting here and enjoying a little bit of Egyptian goose gosling. And while we do that, please, obviously, if you have tuned in, this is a live and immersive experience. So if you do have any questions, please do send those through to us. Anything else that you might have noticed that you might find interesting, things you'd like to know further about, we'd love to hear from you, and it does keep us on our toes. So do send those things through, and we will endeavor to give you the best possible answers or insight that we possibly can. High job, and it's just something that they kind of do. They kind of rest up. It's almost just basically kind of putting all the weight on one leg. It's almost like a balancing act, but kind of just taking the weight off one leg. So it's not uncommon to see. It is something that you do see Egyptian geese do. Also another number of other birds too. Kind of just a resting pose at the moment. So after, I think, was a little bit of a tea break there, it is time to commence with some swimming lessons. Little goslings getting right into the thick of things. So I'll try to get a little closer. Not in need of any armbands or the such, but a supervised swimming lesson has just got underway. A couple of starlings calling off behind us. Quite cool seeing how they bunch up like that. Stay very close towards their parents. Hi, Jaretta. Thank you very much for that question. How big an Egyptian goose egg is? That's not something I know off the top of my head. I'm going to just have to check up here on a little app. I'll get you the sizes now. But I would assume bigger than your average chicken egg. Geese eggs and that, duck eggs generally are. I do know that they're rather kind of fawny, tawny kind of color though. And they're around 25 millimeters or so in length. And they are obviously laid, and that could be in a scrape in the ground, a hole in a tree, kind of old nests as well, so old hammerkop nests, tops of buffalo weaver nests as well, and of course in urban areas, on the top of roofs, chimney structures and that as well. So just enjoying a quiet moment here with our Egyptian geese, their goslings, and it looks like not the hardest of swimming sessions at the moment, just a little bit of supervision, a little bit of relaxation as well, and the little goslings kind of just bobbing about at the water's edge. It's quite funny when they bolt around like that. A little springbok coming through. So perhaps the numbers of springboks starting to build again. I'm going to just zoom out and we'll have a look. That one goose there chasing off the springbok. Not wanting any of the springbok around the goslings, which is fair enough. But, let's just have a little look and see what is happening on the other side here. Number of springbok that have decided to come down and join us. So they kind of come through in all of the game paths. At least today that has been the theme. Every game path that kind of leads down to this waterhole being used as access points. So now, once again, the Springbok have decided to come through in good numbers. And just going to take the opportunity to zoom in and immerse ourselves with their presence here at the waterhole. The wind kind of dying down a bit. Little grebe as well there. Number of starlings. I can hear some weavers. The odd Cape Crow calling too at the moment. It seems like, or sounds like our Egyptian geese are getting irritated with the springbuck again. Kind of chasing them off. You did see the one trotting back through here. So clearly making their point. Please don't bother us and our goslings. So quite cool, very peaceful. Of course, lovely to have all this action that we have had today with really the plethora of springbuck that have been around for us. Lots of them wading nice and deep. Clearly it is starting to get a little warmer. And the Egyptian geese still standing pretty with their geese and goslings. Hi Rachel, thanks for your question. And springbuck breed throughout the year. There isn't a set breeding season really, or rutting season for them. So they can drop lambs throughout the course of the year. There is obviously a spike though in the wet season. But they can breed throughout the course of the year. Quite a cool little bit of action going on here. It'll be interesting to see if this Egyptian goose chases off this springbuck ewe. There we go. Making sure that none of the springbuck come near the goslings. So you can see how protective the Egyptian geese really are. They don't take nonsense or suffer fools lightly. A number of these springbuck have tried to come through here, but there's clearly a little fight or flight zone for them where they feel comfortable around the presence of others and when they get rather perturbed. So you did just see, and well, I suppose we've seen it a few times now this morning, the Egyptian geese kind of hounding off any of the springbuck that get too close. This might occur again here. This one springbuck perhaps going to be a bit too close for the geese's liking. Definitely looking a bit more defensive. So it seems like they have come down to a mild panic station at the moment. Not too irritated with the presence and the distancing of those springbuck just off to the left of us. So we'll wait and see. Quite interesting though, just watching the protectiveness of these adult geese. But always cool just watching animal interactions around waterholes regardless. So the wind slowly starting to pick up here. You can just see with the shake on the camera. But a lovely scene that is unfolding here. A little bit of the shade starting to be taken over by the springbuck. Earth Lover, yes, it is quite interesting to see, and fantastic anyway, just how the smatterings of rain have come through, and of course then ignited and kick-started that green growth that you can see all around here. Little green flashes all over from the rain that has started to fall. But the beginning of the wet season here in Okukuyo, so we have around 2 more months of rain, and possibly 3 more of greenery. But that does all depend on the amount of rain that does fall. And the first of our gemsbok for today. Lovely to see them. It looks like some more impala as well. So impala ewes. Gemsbok looks like it's going to be moving off, so I'm going to come into the impala. So a little herd of ewes. Yet to see the impala lambs up here in Okukuyo yet. It should probably be around, I would think, within the week or so. But that remains to be seen. But still something we do look forward to. Of course, we've seen a number of other youngsters leading up to this time, some gemsbok as well as the odd wildebeest, and these impala will be looking to have their lambs soon as well. I haven't already started to drop them, and they might be hidden at the moment, but we can assume that there will be a few impala lambs to be seen going forward. So fantastic that we've had the ewes and the rams earlier. That bachelor herd that did come join us. A little young ram over there, probably from last year, in terms of being last year's lamb. And here the helmeted guinea fowls as well in the distance. Very cool to see. And you can definitely note the difference in size between impala and springbuck. Impala being around double the size. Looks like we still have 1 or 2 still drinking here. Let's have a little closer look. And the ever-present blacksmith lapwings.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
An awesome scene that's unfolding here at the moment. Gemsbok enjoying the water. Lovely to see this one getting into the thick of things, leaving a bit of a wake behind it as it struts through. Just quite cool just to watch this anyway. Sounds like our Egyptian geese are getting irritated again, so I'm sure there's a springbuck that is venturing a bit too close. You see the impala slowly moving back towards the thickets, grazing in and amongst the concrete stones. And our gemsbok slowly making its way away. So as this oryx decides to leave the waterhole, it's time for us to leave and go and say good afternoon to Nick across in Kariega.
And hello from Kariega Game Reserve here in the Eastern Cape, where it is also cooking. And we've got a lovely dazzle of zebra. My name is Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today during our escape to nature. And we've got a nice little family portrait going on here. Everybody posing for the shot. You can see Scotia Dam in the background there. One or two blesbok flitting in and out of the scene. But it's been a lovely change of conditions During our sunrise safari this morning, it was quite overcast, quite cool actually. There was a bit of a coolish breeze, lots of heavy cloud cover, and now the clouds have parted, made way, and we've got some lovely sunlight for us here. Yeah, these two zebra on the road, definitely a lot dirtier than the other two. Catherine, I agree, it is. It's a lovely start to the day here. It's, never a bad way to, I guess it may not be the very, very start of the day, but it's never a bad way to start our escape to nature at Kariega with a scene like this. Lovely pose from these two zebras on the right hand side here, kind of gently resting their heads on the back of each other. Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with this sort of heat and things that we've been having in the last 3 days. Our little mud wallows surrounding Scotia Dam, they are drying up at a rapid rate of knots. There's no water left now. It's purely just mud, and I would imagine that in another 2 days' time or so, that mud is going to be completely dry as well. Talking about mud and drying up, I think let's pan across. We do have a little bit of potential action coming up here. You can see Thandi heading down there towards this little mud wallow. Looks like she's just bypassing it though. And along comes our second rhino, Sia. So you can see in terms of the center in that actual mud wallow itself, that's completely dry, and it's just on the peripheries, interestingly enough, that is still holding a bit of wetness there. You would kind of think that the peripheries might be slightly wetter, given the animals moving up and down and from A to B and things like that, buffalo churning it up. But it is the opposite. Look at that, what a scene. Impala by the water, zebra, rhino, yellow-billed ducks inside the water. Wow, what a start to our little session here. You can see how those zebras are quite comfortable watching the rhinos moving past. Potentially they might head down for a little bit of a drink there, we'll wait and see. All depends on what Thandi decides to do. If she stops and drinks, I'm sure the other two will have a drink. Otherwise, if she continues, I'd put my money on them continuing as well. You can just see their bums poking out behind the bum of the zebra on the left. So it looks like they are slaking their thirst a little bit. Just having a look at the zebra foal and its mother. Remember yesterday, I think it might even be this same zebra foal that we were looking at. We were chatting about its stripe pattern, of how closer to the bottom of the stomach, on the sort of the belly area there, how the stripes kind of split and almost form like a Y. And then how you have those other ones arcing across, going from sort of emerging from sort of diagonal stripes coming from the top of the rump to almost vertical stripes in the middle of the body. And then you look at mom's stripe pattern on the side. It's very interesting. It's like a definitive change in the direction there. It's quite cool to see. Sonia, you will find some zebra foals that'll sort of kind of associate with each other. Obviously, if they're within the same sort of group, but it's not going to be nearly as pronounced or as much of a sort of a set nursery compared to something like a impala. Think of an impala nursery. You've often got 10 youngsters, 15 youngsters or so moving around. You don't tend to see that with zebras as much. Remember, we have been seeing a second zebra foal around these areas, around Scotia Dam. It's slightly older than this one, but it doesn't seem like they sort of form nurseries together. From what I've seen having a look at these ones. And even in terms of other sightings that I haven't really seen zebra nurseries forming too much. I did have a chuckle on the way down here. I did see one of the zebra stallions with his 5th member out, similar to what Rolf was experiencing there, showing everybody his King Kong. You can see ostrich right in the background and some blesbok. Yeah, so very interesting looking at this group of zebra, this dazzle of zebra here. You know, the two on the left hand side very much significantly cleaner than the two on the right hand side. And I mean, they're part of the same group, so they're going to be moving around, you know, similar areas. Obviously these two on the right have just done a lot more sort of rolling around in the sand. We have talked about learnt behavior from different youngsters of different species, learning behavior and mannerisms and things from you know, from parents. And we have seen this foal kind of rolling around on its back quite often after mom has done it, so potentially maybe she hasn't been doing much sort of rolling around in the sand. Yesterday we did have a view of her, just a quick one rolling around, and then that youngster gave it horns. But maybe these other two on the right hand side have been a little bit more active this morning in terms of rolling around, maybe getting rid of a little itch or two. Maybe there's been some little mites making things itchy, or ticks or something like that. Just having a look at that youngster's tail. That's got a lot of growing to do, huh? You can see that zebra on the right. The tail is flicking around beautifully, and it's so long and sort of, I don't know if the right word is sort of luscious, if you want to call it that. But a very effective fly swatter. Very shame that little youngster. He's got his tail to kind of flick them away, but they kind of need to be right there. It's not nearly as effective as an adult's tail. See some sacred ibis and a hodidar walking together. So remember, those birds are part of the same family, part of the ibis family. Quite interesting to see them kind of walking together there on the right hand side of the frame. 3 sacred ibis and 1 hodidar ibis. It's not something that you see every day. It's amazing in this lighting that we've got now. Obviously it's a midday, so it's very bright. How stark white the feathers of those sacred ibis are. They've kind of just gone behind the zebra now, but hopefully we see them pop up to the left. Very, very bright, sort of white. You know, they clean their feathers so well. And it's really amazing to see, even in sort of comparison to the white stripes of the zebra. Those ibises are strikingly white. Yeah, and maybe later on we'll head down to the dam itself and have a look to see what birds we can get. Vince, in terms of the ibis species that we get, so there should be, 4 species. So your sacred ibis that we've just had a look now, the white one, your hodidar ibis, then you'll get a bald ibis, as well as a glossy ibis. So those are the 4 that we'll be getting here in South Africa. So the bald ibis has got more, he's got more of like a reddish head, like a scarlet reddish head. You think of open grasslands and the fields of farms and things like that. That's a good area of where you could potentially look for bald ibis. And then glossy ibis is more of your how do you describe it? Like a darkish rufous color. Yeah. You know, you head to some of these more open fields and things like that, looking for bald ibis. There's a good chance of potentially finding something like a grey crown crane. Loves moving around those similar more open areas. So obviously those are going to be your, ibis are, I guess, more technically similar to like a water bird. They've all got those long bills for probing, looking for little worms and things like that. Another open area like sort of surrounding Scotia Dam, you could look for plain-back pipit. That'll be another good one to be looking for. Cape Longclaw, that's another good one to be looking for as well. Yeah, good variety. Yeah, so for our hodidar ibis and our sacred ibis, they're going to stay here all year round. They're not going to migrate anywhere. If you look at some of the sort of the migrant bird species that we get, in terms of migration routes, you think of like an amur falcon. It's got absolutely incredible migratory routes. So in terms of size, your amur falcons, it's really not the biggest bird in the world. It's a relatively small bird, but it's got a beautiful markings on it. Almost like slight flecking and things like that. And it's going to migrate all the way to there's a what do you want to call it? Rather like a province in China called Amur. That's what it's named after, the state, so the Amur falcon. And it'll migrate all the way there. And then in terms of part of that route, is that it will fly over the Arabian Sea there, and or peninsula there, and it will cover a distance of 3,000 kilometers in around, I think the stat is about just over 48 hours or something like that. It's like an absolutely mind-boggling stat. And they time their migration so that they can catch sort of those massive winds from you think of like the monsoons and things like that, kind of give them a little bit of a push to send them over pretty quickly. So I mean, that's for a relatively small bird, that's a serious distance to be flying. Look at something like a common buzzard. It's going to go to, some of them will go to the Mongolian highlands. But for our little yellow-billed ducks that are in the water behind the zebra, they're living the life. They're not needing to fly 3,000 kilometers in a few hours. It's interesting how some days you can just really get lucky with everything. I mean, you look at our sunrise safari amongst most of our locations this morning, it was absolutely pumping with animals. And then the other day here, when was it now? Sort of 3 days ago, there was just giraffe everywhere. There was a group I counted of 24 giraffe. And then today I've looked all over, I can't find a single giraffe. You know, remember sort of herd structures and things like that are going to change. It's quite a temporary sort of situation for the giraffes. So having 24 together, I feel like that was like a bonus day. But to kind of go from that to struggling to look for or to find a single one, you wouldn't really think that it goes hand in hand. But that's the bush, eh? You never know what you're gonna get. You know, sometimes you can head out and, you know, in the first half an hour, things are happening, just like that. Other days you've really got to go out, you've really got to work for it, and even after working hard to try and find a particular animal or, you know, whatever you're looking for, it can be hard. You may not even find it. But that is the beauty of the bush. And my whole family we all love the bush, and a lot of our sort of friends and people say, because we would go when I was younger, we'd go like every 3 months, and people said, you not get bored of it, you know. And there's always something different happening, you know. Whether it's from the animals or from the birds or different seasons that bring different plant life and flowers. I mean, this time of the year, obviously for photography, is synonymous with beautiful, vibrant colors, lots of greens. You know, it's the emerald season. If you can get a bit of late afternoon light coming from the right angle, and you've got the vibrant greens. I mean, look at the greens around the edge of the water behind the zebra, the color of the leaves of that scotia tree on the right hand side. It's beautiful. I guess you've also then got your your flowers and things that will pop out in summer. So there really is a whole horde of different sort of factors that attract you at different times of the year. I think for me, my favorite time of the year is probably around April, I'd say. When the bush is still looking quite green, and a lot of the animals are good in good condition. You know, they've just come through summer. There's been usually good conditions because of the rain that's just been. So I mean, everybody's usually looking pretty good. There's still good amounts of water around. But the temperatures are also starting to kind of dip down a little bit, slowly starting to just get a bit more comfortable. I mean, for me, I definitely struggle with the heat a little bit. So, you know, I feel like that's my favorite time of the year. But each to their own, huh? Each to their own. Yes, if you think of winter time, there's less water around, so it's definitely going to attract, or potentially attract, a lot more animals to those water holes, seeing as surface water isn't as freely available. But send in your opinions, what you guys think. What is your favorite time of the year? You know, winter time as well. It's usually so good for doing a little bit of stargazing as well. I really love that. You know, the nighttime temperatures get a lot cooler. Yes, there is a little bit of dust around, but I really enjoy some winter stargazing. Looks like everybody's slowly starting to move off, and we've got one straggler left behind down there, slowly making his way up. Pat, my favorite constellation, I would say it's probably going to be Scorpio. I really enjoy Scorpio. I guess it's a pretty common one, but yeah, I love the shape of it. You know, I guess for me, being in love with photography, you look for different textures and shapes, and you know, you get like wispy clouds and things like that. For me, I quite enjoy that almost like S shape of Scorpio. Yeah, you know, you've got Antares right in the middle there. That's almost like the heart of Scorpio, if you want to call it that. And you know, that's always hit the spot for me. Let me see if I can bring us across here. The rest of our zebras have kind of come to a little bit of a standstill. Yeah, lovely scene. But I mean, talking about astronomy, I'm sure a lot of you have heard that there's this new amazing telescope that's out now, the James Webb Telescope. It came out last year, or no, we're now 2023, so it came out in 2021. I've got to keep updating my time frames here. Our zebra moving across beautifully there. Yeah, so it came out in 2021, and I mean, they'd been planning it for a long time. It's not like they just kind of came up with the thing. So the James Webb Telescope is now, it's a bit of a mouthful, so sometimes people just call it the Webb Telescope, but it's now kind of taken over from the Hubble Telescope, which is a bit more widely known. So obviously with it coming out now, it's got a whole lot sort of newer technology, if you want to call it that. So remember, Hubble came out in early 1990, but it's two different sort of bits of technology in terms of how it's composed. Your Webb sort of telescope uses more infrared technology, whereas your Hubble's using optical and ultraviolet wavelengths. So two very, very different techniques. But the images that this new Webb telescope's coming out with are incredible. It's about 100 times more powerful than the Hubble telescope. It's got a massive sensor, bigger than the Hubble, which obviously, your higher resolution and sensitivity, you can see further and deeper into the galaxy than what you could with the Hubble. And already, with it only being out for, what is it now, about 2 years or so, they've found thousands of new galaxies with this new telescope. So it's a very different strategy, obviously, in the composition of how it's made, but also in terms of what it does. So if you think of the Hubble telescope, that used to essentially orbit around the Earth. Between sort of 550 and 600 kilometers, I believe, above the Earth, it would orbit around the Earth, and then obviously look into the universe and take pictures and things like that and send that back to us. So with it being relatively close to the Earth like that, if anything went wrong or if there needed to be some maintenance of that Hubble telescope, they could send a space shuttle up there, and they could sort it out, and that's how it would be done. If there was any space missions and things that were done, they could sort it out like that. Whereas if you look at the Webb telescope, that's a different story. So basically, the Webb telescope, it doesn't orbit Earth, it orbits the Sun, which is mind-boggling. So from Earth, in terms of distance, it's about 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth. But in terms of its route, it's kind of its orbit, if you want to call it that. Like we said, it orbits the Sun, but it'll stay in a fixed position in line with the Earth. So I don't know if I'm explaining this well enough. You've got the Sun, you've got your Webb telescope, and then you've got the Earth, and everybody's staying kind of in a fixed position in that rotational path. So obviously, with it being so far away, you can't just send a space shuttle up there to go and fix the thing if it overheats, for instance, And that's also another thing that they had to bear in mind. With it being so much closer to the Sun than the Hubble is, combined with that distance, it pretty much needs to be self-sufficient. So the technology combined with your imaging technology, you need to have amazing tech to keep it cool. Because remember, with infrared technology, if things overheat, that's a massive problem. So they had to make these incredible sort of sun shields, if you want to call it that. And I believe the sun shields for this Webb telescope are about half the size of a Boeing 747. Just the sun shield, nothing else. No tech for the cameras, just the sun shield. And I'm not too sure of the technicalities of the technology that they've got within that sun shield there, but it must be incredible. It cost, I believe, around $10 billion to build this new Webb telescope, which is an arm and a leg, to say the least. But I mean, like I said, it has enabled us to discover completely new galaxies. The pictures that have come back have been unreal. They've taken pictures of the same sort of galaxies or constellations, or the three pillars, or whatever you want to talk about. And this Webb telescope is just bringing back the most insane pictures, and really helping to expand our knowledge about the universe and things like that. And because it's infrared, it can see things that the Hubble can't. So if you look at stars and planets and things like that, there's often lots of dust and things surrounding them, and the web can get around that.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
But I believe that kind of this Webb telescope was in the making for, sure, even as much as I think like 20 years or something like that. So if you think about how much thought has gone into this telescope, and I'd hope so, if it's costing $10 billion, you don't want to send the thing out into 1.5 million kilometers from here and they say, oh, we didn't think about the sun shield, we forgot it's going to be hotter there than closer to the earth. Oh goodness. I'm generally quite a forgetful guy. I think I've got better as I've got older, but I mean, if you look at when I was sort of like 8 to I don't know, 12, 14, I'd forget all my stuff, you know. I'd forget all my cricket kit and all my sports kit. So like I say, I'd like to think that I've got better at remembering things, but yeah, I don't think you want to be the guy on the team that's making this that was making the Webb telescope, and then to say, oh yeah, you guys, the images that are coming back are unreal, but we're actually not going to be getting any more because we forgot to put extra sun shields on the bad boy. Oh goodness, you'd be fired from the job so quickly. Lenny, thanks for sending in your answer to the question about your favorite time of the year. Yours is winter because it's a bit cooler in terms of where you live in the desert there in Phoenix. I 100% agree with you. Yeah, I mean the heat must be pretty unrelenting there. And like I said, I mean, I'm a fan of the heat, but in the right conditions. You know, I feel like when I go to the beach, I want it to cook. You know, catch a few waves and things while it's hot. You can just plunge in the water. But I feel like in certain other environments, I want a nice, happy equilibrium, a happy balance there. So I agree with you. Winter, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I guess in winter, if you're living around those areas there in the desert, in the States, your things like your rattlesnakes might not be as active, which is never a bad thing either. I actually saw a video the other day of one of the snake experts of the area there milking a few different snakes. So remember, the process of milking that's how you will get the venom from the snake to make anti-venom. So you'll have this container with like a type of membrane that they put on the top, and then you kind of hold the snake behind the head, and you've obviously got to be an expert and know what you're doing, and you kind of put its head close to the cylinder, and it you know, bites it, and the venom drops down into the cylinder, and then from there the whole process of making anti-venom will start from the venom itself. But sure, some of the snakes that these guys handle for milking them to get that venom is, I don't think I'd ever want to do that. I think one of the snakes that they did that, I mean, was a snake, a gaboon viper, a gaboon adder, which yes, you're not going to find over in the States, but I mean here in South Africa you will find it more along sort of coastal areas and things like that. Think of northeast KwaZulu-Natal will be a good place for a gaboon viper. Anyways, the length of the sort of the fangs of that snake, unreal, incredible. I actually don't think you can handle it too easily, as far as I understand. That they can potentially even bite through their bottom lip, if that's the right word to call it. But nonetheless, kudos to those snake handlers, and if it wasn't for them, we would not have any anti-venom. I did work in a reserve where there was a sighting where the guys were watching a black rhino, and all of a sudden a monster black mamba came out of nowhere and was kind of cruising from A to B, and the black rhino got in the way, and the black mamba actually bit this black rhino on the foot. Yeah, I mean, like a crazy sighting. Then that's quite a unique type of sighting. And I mean, the other day we talked about a lot of management strategies and practices of people or reserves not really getting involved in the day-to-day activities of the bush. But because of the plight of the rhino and the massive decline in their numbers, a decision was made to try and help this rhino. You look at black rhinos, we've probably got less than 5,000 of them left. So when the snake actually bit this black rhino, there was a radio call that went through from the rangers, notifying the habitat management team, the conservation team of that reserve. The conservation team obviously had to make a very quick decision, and it was decided that they were going to try and help this rhino. And we all know that a black mamba is aggressive. It does have a strong neurotoxic venom, which is affecting your. It's definitely not helping. It's affecting your your breathing and things like that. So it was a matter of time for this conservation team to try and get involved. And the guys got there as quick as they can. But I mean, by the time they got there, this black rhino had pegged. It had passed away. Which is very interesting. I mean, remember, compared to a white rhino, a black rhino is a lot smaller. You know, fully grown, a male's only going to be around 900 kilos or so. So significantly smaller compared to something like these white rhinos. And yeah, it must have injected a huge amount of venom and into a vital area. And unfortunately, that black rhino just didn't make it. But I mean, that's something that you feel like you're watching a horror movie. You know, you don't think you'll head to the bush for a lovely weekend getaway and see a black mamba zap a black rhino. Just remember that Taylor's going to be doing a Ask Me Anything session. And yeah, you're welcome to tune in. And if you've got any questions, you can definitely ask away. And I'm sure she will gladly answer all of those questions. So that'll be taking place on the 14th, which is a Saturday. Jack, I can see I've now created a bit of a worrying image in your head with this black mamba story. How lethal is a puff adder's bite? Lethal, to say none the least. So it's got a different type of venom compared to that black mamba that we were talking about. Black mamba's got your neurotoxic venom, whereas your puff adder has a cytotoxic venom. So cytotoxic meaning that it's going to affect the cells of that bite site. Basically creating a horrible necrosis of the skin and of the tissue there. So if you look at the puff adder as a species, it's quite a fattish snake that's its movements are quite sluggish. But don't let that fool you. I mean, it's the rate that it can strike is exceptionally fast. With it being a sluggish snake, it kind of relies quite a bit on camouflage. You know, sometimes it's going to bite kind of just in self-defense. You know, you can inadvertently be doing a hike or something through the area, and if you're going to step on the thing, it's going to bite you. I think before we go any further, let's just clarify the fact that no snake actually really wants to bite you. For a snake like a mamba or a puff adder, physiologically it is expensive and difficult for that reptile to create venom. It's not easy to produce it, so it's taxing on the body. So if they don't have to bite you, they won't. But if the situation arises where they need to, then they will. So if a puff adder does bite you, you're going to need anti-venom. You'll need probably quite a few vials of it. Yeah, I'm not going to go into what it looks like if a puff adder bites you, but it's horrible. It's not great. So just to kind of expand on those snakes, not really wanting to bite you, there is something that's known as a dry bite as well. So a venomous snake like a black mamba or whatever we're talking about can come at you, and you think that it's now bitten you, but it actually doesn't inject any venom, or it may not even put its fangs on you. So that's the process of a dry bite, of where there is no venom that's actually injected. Yeah, but I think it's definitely important to remember that snakes aren't out there to if they see you, that they're going to come after you and bite you just because they want to. That's not the case. And some snakes will be slightly more aggressive than others. You look at a black mamba, that's known for being a relatively aggressive snake. Something like your puff adder, it kind of wants to stay, to itself, keep to itself. And it relies on its camouflage quite a lot. And just remember that if you do see a snake that you think may even be dead, don't go and mess around with that thing. Just leave it. You look at something like a rinkels, that'll pretend that it's dead. It'll shame death. And you think it's dead, you go and pick it up. Oh, check this thing out. Looks like it's a big snake. Let me check this thing out. And then it zaps you. Leave the things alone. Don't touch the snakes. So each snake, it's got its own defense strategies and things like that, if you want to think about it that way. Yeah, so you've obviously got your different types of toxins, or venoms rather. We've talked about neurotoxic, we've talked about cytotoxic, then there's hemotoxic. This little foal really coming to check us out here. Then you've got your hemotoxic venom as well, which kind of leads to something like a bit of blood clotting. Hemotoxic snakes, you think of your boomslang is going to be a hemotoxic venom. What else? Vine snake is going to be a hemotoxic venom. But you look at both a boomslang and a vine snake, quite shy snakes by nature. Like we said, a black mamba is renowned for being quite an aggressive snake. Your boomslang and your vine snake, pretty shy by nature. The other name for the vine snake is the twig snake. He's got a body that looks just like a twig, and often the giveaway for that snake is his tongue. When he pokes his tongue out of his mouth to smell what's happening out there, it's a very reddish, bright tongue that kind of gives it away. Yeah, and then lastly you'll have your constrictors. You think of your African rock python. He's not going to have any venom at all. He's going to have an insane amount of muscle, and he will squeeze that prey species. Yeah, looks like Mom's on the ground having a little head scratch there. I have had an incredible sighting of a the grandfather of all African rock pythons. I mean, he was a monster. And remember in sort of November, a lot of impala lambs will be dropped, and it is sometimes recorded that pythons will take down impalas. And this python had caught an impala. He was a huge python. He must have been like a good 4 meters long or something like that, and thick. So remember, for a python, there's lots of sort of longer recurved teeth, many rows of them. And this python had latched onto this impala, had thrown its coils around it, and it kind of squished it, unfortunately, for the impala. And that was breakfast. So remember, for something like a python, it can then unhinge its jaws. So it was starting to swallow this impala. So if it's something like a python is in the process of eating something, swallowing something, or it's just recently swallowed something, and then there's a threat that comes along, it will regurgitate whatever it's just eaten. So halfway through trying to get this impala down the trap, there was a pride of lions that walked up, and they were going from A to B, and they found this python, and this python saw them coming, regurgitated it. The adults went straight for the impala lamb to start feeding on it. And then there were some younger lions in the pride that were about 7 months or so at that stage. Curious about life, they started going up to this python and swatting it, trying to hit it. And they almost got taught a lesson, because that python was throwing itself at these lions and trying to bite them. And if it caught onto one of them, I reckon for sure it would wrap those coils around that little lion and squeeze it. But luckily for those lions, they kind of lost interest. And the closest tree that this python could go up was a buffalo thorn tree. So for those of you that don't know about a buffalo thorn, a buffalo thorn's got lots and lots of small little thorns. One, if you look at a branchlet, on opposite sides of the branch, there will be two thorns. So one thorn will go straight, and another one will be slightly hooked. And if you've ever been hooked by one of those buffalo thorns, it's a horrible tree to be hooked by. And this was the closest tree that this python could go up, because after these young lions had been goofing around too much, one of the adults, the lionesses, came over and tried to whack this python, and it made its way up this buffalo thorn, which isn't a huge tree. It's usually more of a bush than a tree. But it did manage to get away. Yeah, that was an incredible sighting, that one. Yeah, luckily for our zebrafoal and these guys, there are no snakes around here that I can see for the moment. Honey badger, if I heard correctly, yeah, definitely don't try to cut out things or suck out the venom and whatnot. I definitely wouldn't be doing that. Just going to pan across a little bit for us here. This little foal has actually kept coming right up towards the vehicle. And he's actually looking a little bit sleepy now, if anything, I'd say. Look at the wind ruffling up the hairs on the mane there. He's even, if you look at his ears, he's even got slight stripes on his ears there. Shame, he's definitely looking a little bit sleepy. And quite a curious little chap. He's now walked, what is he, about 20 meters or so away from the rest of the group. And he must be only now about 7 meters, 10 meters from the vehicle. So yeah, he's quite close here. Adorable little thing. You can even see his eyelashes, that eye on the left there. You can see longer eyelashes, protecting his eye from dust and things like that.
Join us from the 23rd till the 27th of January for a week of back-to-school special safaris, tailored specifically towards our future conservationists. Our naturalists will exclusively be taking questions from schools across the globe. Tune in for some entertaining animal education to ease you back into the school year, because fostering the upcoming generations of conservationists matters. So obviously, in terms of being in communication with the rest of the team, we've got a little earpiece in and things like that, and I can hear the team is laughing at my little analogy of James Webb space scientists and taking portrait pictures and things like that. Just having a good look at these, we talked about how nice and thin the stripes are that kind of join down towards the muzzle. Almost slightly more brownish colors, more dusty, rufous brownish colors.
which when you do look at younger zebra is quite a common thing to see. When you look at adults, they kind of, by the time they're fully developed, have lost a lot of that sort of rufous coloration. You can see kind of on the top of his ears at the back, he's got a little bit of brownish color there as well. So if you think about this positioning, with him being now sort of 10 meters from the car, all the way in, I can zoom in very close, and the combination of having a longer sort of focal length and him being very close is going to be very good to produce clean background. You know, look at that background behind him. It's blurred out so nicely. So in the photographic world, you might hear of a few people talking about the bokeh of an image. So the bokeh is basically your background blur. So being this close, you've got to be mindful of your apertures. So one of the ways to create a nice smooth background is using a sort of a wide aperture like f2.8 to only have a small area in focus. But for this scene here, where this zebra is so close, if you're using f2.8 and you're going to focus on his eye, remember here your name of the game is the eye, you may only get that eye in focus if you're shooting at 2.8. The front section of his nose, that may be out of focus. I mean, that's the type of area that we're talking about might be in focus with a 2.8. So as it is now, I'm shooting at f8, and you can see we've got good detail throughout most of the face. And look at that background, how nice and blurred out it is. He's done so well for us coming this close. I mean, if we want to be very, very critical, it would be nice if we had one color in the background. Just greens wouldn't be bad, but yeah, we'll take what we can get. Sorry if I'm chopping the legs off there, everybody. He is just too close. I can't zoom out any further. Yes, I agree. I also enjoy those longer lashes and little bits of fuzzy fur and things like that. You can see how his ears came a little bit forward there. That's a nice ear positioning that we were talking about earlier. In terms of the direction that the wind is blowing, he's facing directly away from the wind. Got his bum straight in towards it, so yeah, just helping to keep maybe some of the dust and things out of his eyes. He's doing well. You know, if something did have to scuttle along and potentially give him a fright, I'm sure Mom would pick up on that potential threat faster than he would and would come running over to his assistance. But I mean, where he is here, he's not very far from the rest of the group. Looks like Mom's about to fall asleep there. Got an ostrich moving away in the background there, two of them. Teresa, thanks for the question. Not really. No, they're quite a similar length. You know, Mom's not doing a very good job for us there being bent down like that, but they are very similar length. You look at something like a wildebeest, spotted hyena. They've all got that distinctly sloping back, where their front legs will be longer than their back legs, but not so much for a zebra. I've definitely seen some funny sleeping positions. We talked the other day about some of the Blesbok when they're looking to have a little resting session, how kind of they stand similar to this zebra mare that we can see here, but don't, if they really want to have a good sleep, I don't understand why they don't just lie down on the ground. You can really see the zebra mare's head very low to the ground. While she sleeps away, others are having a lovely little rolling around session in the sand. Sorry if the camera is moving a little bit, everybody. It is slightly windy here, and it's just blowing everything around a bit here, so it's making it a bit challenging to keep things still on the tripod here. This one's got stage fright. It's now stopped rolling around as we zoomed in a bit closer. And you can see those stripes coming all the way underneath the belly. Remember, we talked about that being one of the key identifying features of the Burchell zebra. Those stripes coming underneath the belly like that. Joyce, that's a very good question. Can they lose their stripes if they don't have a balanced diet? No, they can't. The zebra is not going to be losing its stripes. Certain times of the year, maybe it might be hard to get some good nutrients and things like that in, but it's not like they're going to lose their stripes. So here's the fun fact for the day. I'll actually ask you guys what it is rather. Is a zebra black and white or white and black? Send your questions in, everyone. Time starts now. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that is the key question. Are they black and white or white and black? Maybe when you guys do send your answers in, because I know we're going to get some answers, you can give an explanation as well for your answer of why you think it is either black and white or white and black. Because otherwise you do have a pretty good chance of guessing right if it's just a 50-50 chance. See our little foal is headed straight back to where mom is here, and it looks like it's having a little bit of a suckle there. So now that we've taken the camera off of it, it's had its limelight, it's had its time to shine. Just getting a little bit of nutrition and comfort from mom. And you can see the variations in terms of the light that we're getting here. The sun going in front of the clouds and behind the clouds. Remember, in terms of photographing the scene, you'd have to bear that in mind. You'd have to really keep that in mind in terms of your shutter speed and the amount of light that you're letting in. In this type of scene, with it being midday and being so bright, you've obviously got a lot of whitish color on these zebras. I would look to rather underexpose the photo than even go for a neutral exposure. You definitely don't want to be overexposing the picture here, I don't think. With there being all of that white, if you do not sort of get your exposure right, you're going to blow out all of the highlights as it is in those whites there, and create an overall image that is just too bright. It's definitely lovely to see the relationship between this little foal and its mother, being able to watch its development. And even over the last sort of 10 days or so, to see the development in its confidence of not staying right next to mom the whole time, of kind of moving around, exploring its surroundings. I mean, you can see it came right up to the vehicle earlier. And you think of these vehicles, they're big, you know, it's a big vehicle, much bigger than that little foal is, so it's showing a good degree of confidence at the moment. See now how the lighting conditions have just changed. The sun's just gone, or the clouds have come just in front of the sun, and changed the whole lighting condition completely. So if, let's say, these zebra were resting underneath, let's say, that prominent Scotia tree by Scotia Dam in the shade there, then you can possibly employ a different type of sort of photographic technique. So instead of underexposing here where they are now, if they were in the shade, you could essentially overexpose the picture and create a completely different type of effect by doing that. So remember, if they were standing in the shade, and then everywhere else outside of the shade is obviously going to be a whole lot brighter. If you overexpose slightly for where those zebra would be standing in the shade, you will then blow out all of the highlights in the back. And in so doing, would actually help to create more of a focus going straight to your zebras, because everything outside of the shade, if you got it right, should be kind of washed out, should be quite whitish and just washed out. Whereas with your zebras, you know, they would have the right exposure on them. So a completely different type of technique from shooting in direct sunlight like this here. If you're overexposed in this type of scene, I feel like it would be quite difficult to come out with a good result. And everybody, keep sending your comments in. I know those cogs and those brains there are slowly grinding and turning over. I know you guys are going to come up with the right answer for me. Please and thank you. LG7, our first answer that has come in, and you have hit it on the nail. They are black and white stripes. You've got that 100% right. So if you look at the sort of the bare patches of the body, of where there is no sort of fur growing there. So you look at right at the muzzle of the zebra, that's black. You look on the inside of the legs. Remember a few days ago we did talk about that hard sort of calloused piece of skin there. That's not covered by any hair. That's black. Going with the flow of what Rolf saw at Amakhala today with those elephants, you look at the penis of a stallion, that's just black. There's no fur there either. So all of the parts there. So if you essentially had to shave the whole body of a zebra down, it's black underneath there. So he's black with white stripes, which is quite interesting. So well done, LG7, for getting that right. That's awesome. Let's take you across towards the dam itself here and see what we can get. There are some impala and a nyala starting to Impala's on the right hand side and a male and nyala having a drink on the left. Yeah, so a steady trickle of animals coming down. And see a few yellow-billed ducks fluttering around there. Douglas, most definitely. Natural lighting is pretty much the name of the game. That is exactly what you want. Natural lighting is usually actually going to be a whole lot easier to photograph in than sort of artificial lighting, if you want to call it that. So think of your sunrise colors, your sunset colors. I mean, that's natural lighting. It's your golden hour. You think of the emotion that gets portrayed from that, the vividness of those colors and everything it's just stunning. So it's definitely easier to photograph in natural lighting conditions. So your artificial light would be there's a secretary bird that just landed just to the right of that impala there. Your artificial lighting will be things like flashes, external speed lights or built-in flashes on your camera. And then as well as a spotlight. So a lot of reserves do night drives, and you don't need to just put your camera away when it's night time. It just becomes a whole lot more difficult photographing in nighttime conditions than daytime. So natural lighting conditions, I would say, is the way to go. For me, my favorite time of the day to be photographing is late afternoon. By that time you've quite often had a good amount of time to move around and look for something that you want to photograph, and if you have found it, you can kind of wait there, position yourself. Even when the sun has gone down below the horizon, but there is still a little bit of ambient light around and about, you've really got to kind of slow your shutter speed down to capture what you want. But the effect that comes out is just stunning. Very, very nice. Peter, it definitely is. It's amazing to see the secretary bird. Yeah, he's just making a beautiful little appearance for us here. Let me see if I can get us in a little bit closer to him. Potentially coming down for a little bit of a drink here. See, it looks like Egyptian goose just to the left hand side of where that secretary bird is. So lots of bird life around here. You can see those geese that we talked about, the yellow-billed duck swimming in the water itself. That whitish blob right in the foreground is our sacred ibis. There might even be little grebe swimming in and amongst the water here. Very peaceful scene here at Kariega. And coming across the frame there was a black-headed heron. Sonia, no, the secretary bird is not the heaviest flying bird. I'm just trying to think now. Ground hornbill, that's going to be a much heavier bird flying around. Spurwing goose, it's probably going to be our fastest sort of horizontal flying bird, if you want to call it that. Oh, there goes our black-headed heron. So there'll be a few birds that are heavier than a secretary bird in terms of flying. Yeah, nice to see the secretary bird again. We haven't seen him in a while. So Sonia, just to get back to your question, yeah, so I mean your spurwing goose is going to be it's a large bird, and like we talked about earlier today, you can actually hear those birds flying over. But if I'm correct, the heaviest bird in terms of flight is your Kori bustard. So yeah, we've seen quite a few ostriches moving around. Remember, your ostrich is not actually going to fly. That's our largest bird, but he is flightless. Your Kori bustard is going to be our largest bird. And I think they're in the range of just short of 20 kilograms in terms of weight. So it's a pretty significantly weighted bird. If you think about the anatomy of birds, you know, you look at the structure of bones and things like that. For a lot of birds, their bones are actually kind of hollow to help to make them lighter for flight. And think of some of your swallows and your common buzzards and things, and amur falcons that have got to fly these massive distances that we talked about. That sort of anatomy of having hollow bones to make them lighter really makes sense. So for a bird like a Kori bustard, short of 20 kilos, to be flying, it's a good amount of muscle and things on the bird. I think let's take you across to Alex, who's at the Djuma Dam Cam, and take you from one waterhole to the next.
Indeed, and yes, we are here in Djuma with two impala in the thickets. There were some baboon around, so I'm going to just zoom out. Nice to see these rather relaxed impala at the moment. So just off to the dam wall, there were some baboon foraging around. And nice to always pick up on them. They are always fun to watch and get involved with. Let's just have a little pan across. Otherwise we'll join our impala in what is a rather overcast Djuma at the moment. And there we go. They are some of our baboons. Of course, the Chakma baboons. A little bit north of us on the Zambezi, getting the yellow baboons. And of course then olive up in East Africa. Another number of other baboon species across Africa as well. So, very interesting primates. They are one of my favorites. Very sentient beings as well. Highly intelligent, and definitely don't deserve the bad name that they do have.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So sadly, it seems that Djuma is unavailable at the moment. It is apparently load shedding across there. So very nice to get a little quick glimpse of the baboon. Of course, some of the other impala, the more common impala. And lovely numbers of springbucks still here. They've been with us basically the entire day. So no complaints having springbuck around. Lots of little green shoots for them to enjoy as well. I'm sure they do taste rather good from the dry vegetation they would have had to take a couple of months back. So no doubt enjoying summer's bounties. Basically the whole horizon kind of dotted with springbuck. You see them moving in and out of frame as well. So very cool to see. Lovely to have them all with us. And quite clearly very relaxed. Hi, Pamela. That's a very good question. Of course, it would also depend on where we are. So, I mean, that could also be different across different continents as well as to what the most sociable animals are in those areas. And I would think that across I suppose, let's generalize here, at least in southern Africa, some of the more social animals, of course, are things like baboons, elephants as well, wild dogs, hyenas to some degree as well, vervet monkeys, plains game, so plains game being impala, springbok, and the like, those that do occur in big numbers. But, with different kinds of communication techniques and that animals do use, sometimes it's quite hard for us to gauge because we might not have that information yet, or we might not have actually explored that kind of relationship in and amongst the different animals either. That, or perhaps there might just not be enough information really available on it. But most definitely for me, the most sociable being things such as the primates, of course, the wild dogs, baboons. I did mention baboons. Things like mongoose and suricats, so meerkats as well, highly social animals. Things like killer whales as well. Other monkey species that are found throughout the world too. Dholes, so that being the Indian wild dog. Lions are obviously sociable as well. Buffalo to some degree. So I mean, it really does depend on how far we kind of cast the net and scope, and as to really what kind of characteristics of socialism we are having a look at. But yeah, I mean, if you want to chat further about that, Pamela, do let us know, and we can start to look at, more in-depth parts of, sociability and that of those animals too. So it's quite cool, and really the contrast between the dry season and now coming into the wet, with that lovely green coming through, really is something that is quite enjoyable to have noted over the last few months. Really, really cool to just see that change. Hi, Walter. So a number of the animals and antelope will sleep while standing. Of course, they do rest and get on their haunches as well. But they don't necessarily sleep for very long periods of time either. So it's quite possible that they will stand and sleep as well, generally under the shade and that, out of the heat. So we kind of cast the blanket and say just about all of them would do that to some degree at some point. Have a little siesta or a rest. So obviously them not needing as much sleep as say what we would need, up to that 9 hours. Giraffe, for example, sleeping around 15 minutes a day. It does make sense then that sleeping then would occur while standing up. So it's amazing how much ground they do cover whilst grazing. And I did mention, of course, nature's lawnmowers, and you can see how much ground they will cover quite quickly as well. So it's kind of on one little shoot and then to the next. And of course, very non-linear. They are definitely not programmed to kind of follow any form of shape. They kind of just get on it and move through whatever direction they feel like. I know. So this construction really of their jaw and teeth is quite interesting because they don't, of course, have canines. They are not carnivores. However, they do have molars and kind of little incisors at the front. So they'll be using those lips and incisors now to kind of pluck and pick at the grass. And of course, then those molars then to help grind down the food. But of course, having 4-chambered stomachs and being able to regurgitate that bolus and re-chew it to refine it, obviously compact it, and then swallow again for further fermentation and nutrient harvesting, really. It does then help them with that. So a number of different kind of characteristics and really interesting evolutionary points with antelope. And with regard to their teeth, little incisors at the front, so much like our front teeth. And then obviously molars to help them grind down that vegetation that they would take. So springbok being primarily grazers and browsers, eating little succulents, flowers, of course little grass shoots like we've got here, forbs, tubers, obviously browsing other trees and that are in the area too. So an interesting diet as well. So very peaceful, just having these guys graze in front of us. Large numbers, really, of them just building around. So not too interested, really, in the water at the moment, but spending their time on the peripheries of the water, at least enjoying all the fresh new shoots. So just enjoying a quiet moment once again with all the springbok that are present. Definitely being the ones that have taken over today at Okakuyo. Just some quiet scenes here. Very peaceful interlude, really. Nice bird audio as well every now and then. And really just grazing that is going on in the foreground here. So just sitting here with our springbok, enjoying another quiet moment, picking up the bird audio and just watching them graze through the new green shoots. So from a very quiet and peaceful scene here in Okakuyo, it's time for us to join Rolf and BK again down in Amakhala with an interesting set of birds.
Amakhala Game Reserve. We have managed to catch up with a family of ostriches that I think at one stage there was a lot more of these chicks than currently survived. But having said that, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 6 chicks. But I think initially there was 10 or 12 of them that actually were here as little chicks. But now it seems like half of them have survived. And that is not a bad survival rate. Because very often you can have all of them being eaten. They're very vulnerable when they're very small, and as the small little chicks, And having gotten to this size, I would commend these parents that have achieved such a feat and bringing up 6 chicks to pretty much adulthood. They're big enough now that they can run very fast. They're very strong. There you can see one of the female just in front of the male to the left. Everybody feeding randomly, remembering that ostrich feed on pretty much anything that moves in front of them. Moves and doesn't move, they'll eat it. So they'll eat seeds, they'll eat grass, they'll eat little insects, they even eat lizards sometimes. I've seen them in the desert eating lizards, live lizards. But to the most part, they are vegetarians. So they'll feed mainly on seeds and grass and flowers and all sorts. So, and just going back into their classification, the ostriches are part of the flightless birds and in the genus Struthio. And going higher, obviously, the order Struthioniformes. But they're in the group of flightless birds known as the ratites that include the emus, the rheas, and the kiwis. The tallest ostriches getting to about 2.8 meters, so just below 3 meters tall. But in general, they're around 2.2 to 2.3 meters tall. They do live relatively long, though. In comparison to a lot of the other animals, they can live between 30 and 40 years. But they say that in captivity, they can live to the ripe old age of 70. So I think the hardship and the harshness of the wild is what obviously limits them, as with many of the other species as well. Generally, when they get a bit older and weaker, they are susceptible to predation. So, Jamie, they do sometimes lie down and sleep. Especially when there's not too many predators around. But it's a dangerous game, sleeping, both for ostriches and any of the prey species out here. So they take their sleep whence they can get it. Generally resting up in the shade when it's very hot in the middle of the day might be a good time for that. As with all the other animals, that's when the predators generally are not as active. So if you are going to take your sleep, best to do it when the predators aren't moving around looking for food. So the middle of the day is normally the best chance to catch a bit of shut-eye, when everybody's feeling the same, lethargic and just low on energy because of the problem of trying to keep cool and thermoregulating. Where we have sort of this consistent wind here in the Eastern Cape, it does make things a little bit different, but it's still comparatively much hotter during the middle of the day. So the predators still do stick to that generalization of moving around at night. It does give them an upper hand because they have better sight, and it can make for easier takedowns. So I've been a part of many different game reserves where there's been, some orphaned ostriches, and I've watched sort of the upbringing and rearing of of ostriches on different locations, and when they small, when they're just little chicks, they obviously do sleep a lot more than when they're adults, and they sleep with their neck straight out on the ground. It's dead straight, so it's quite sort of curious to see when they do sleep like that. And they do take their rest lying down. Yes, but as I say, if you're unaware and you don't have your wits about you, you can very easily become food. So they can't do that for too long, or they don't survive till the next day. As with giraffe, especially where there's big lion populations, they also like to lie down and put their heads on their rumps. We may see this more often in places like Kariega, where there's not any lions on the eastern side of the reserve, and there you see the giraffe lying down a lot and putting their heads on their rumps, sleeping like that. But that exposes them to the lions. So it all depends on the geographical location and the presence of predators. The more predators there are, the less sleep you get if you're a prey species. So shame. But here, these guys seem to be doing very well, and I'm happy and pleased that Mommy and Daddy Ostrich have brought up at least 6 chicks. Anyway, with that said, I think it's time to head you back to one of my favorite water holes at Okokuyo.
And yes, back here in Okokuyo with our forever grazing springbok. They have been with us the entire morning and day, and we've had good numbers of them throughout the course of our escape to nature. So lovely just to keep tabs on them, have them popping in and around, and spending another quiet moment with them once again. Lovely audio from our European bee-eaters though. But a special little time with the springbok grazing fairly close to us, so nice just to switch off and just enjoy them going about the natural habits of grazing the new shoots that are present.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
still here with our very quiet and calm scene of springbuck up here feeding amongst the concretes at the moment. A little bit of cloud cover slowly starting to develop, and not too much wind at the moment either. Very relaxed right now. Nothing really to perturb these springbuck either. Hi Andy, and yes, it is really nice seeing the green flush starting to come through. It really does make for quite a contrast to what was almost a very barren and Martian looking background a couple of weeks or months ago as well. But with the rain that has fallen, lovely green shoots coming through. And clearly the springbuck thoroughly enjoying them right now as well. So from a very pleasant and calm scene here in Okakuya, it's time for us to check in again with Ralph and BK and see what else they found in Amakhala.
Well, we've just rounded the corner, if there is ever such a thing in the bush. But we use the term a lot, going around the corner. Anyway, that's what we did, and we came across some black wildebeest. But it's quite a curious little group, because there's just one bull, one female, and one little calf, who's got an itchy tail. So normally you see them in much bigger herds than that. And something that I just read that I didn't quite know. I thought it was all just down to the sort of call of the animal, but I didn't know the origin. And I like delving into that because it's similar with the gemsbok, which I also, for many years, didn't know where it originated from. And obviously now we know that it's from the Gamsebok of the German origin. But with the white-tailed gnu, or the black wildebeest, the gnu actually is a Khoi word for the black wildebeest, and it might be obviously originating from the sound that they make, but that's where the word gnu originates. It's from the Khoi. But it's also known in a few other different languages as different names. In Afrikaans, it's quite a symbol, swart wildebeest, which is just directly translated as a black wildebeest. Inkonkoni in isiZulu, Inku in isiXhosa, and Hongoni in Tsonga. So, yeah, I like the one Inkonkoni from isiZulu. That one is my favorite. And obviously in Africa we've got many different cultural languages, and it's nice to get the names of different animals in the particular languages that occur here. And everyone's got their different names across the countries, across the continent. So, but it's strange, this little social gathering, because normally you've got big herds, and it's normally made up of a territorial bull with lots of females and youngsters. You do sometimes get bachelor herds as well with black wildebeest. It's obviously normally the younger bulls that are not quite sexually mature that might form groupings. It's sort of in between them being little babies and the prepubescent type age where they're not quite mature yet, that they do hang around together. But then once they get a bit older and sexually mature, then they like to take on a territory. And you can see, I know we're watching the female and the youngster there, but if you go across to the bull, he's got himself on like a little bit of a pedestal there, and this is like his kingdom. So you can see he's chosen this site quite intently because it's raised, and he's now obviously used that as his little position where he can see out over the plains here. He's probably lying on a midden, because black wildebeest do also defecate, urinate, and then roll in that as well. And then they do make quite a big midden that they then continue on with that kind of little activity. It's almost as if he heard me speaking about him and he nodded. Yeah, correct, sir. This is your kingdom. It does indeed look like a fantastic kingdom indeed. But you do need to get yourself a few more females if you're going to be the king that you'd like. Yes? What do you reckon? It seems like he agrees, eh, BK?
Yeah, he's working on it.
Yeah, he's working on it, says BK. He's definitely got the king-like look over his kingdom. Now, he's back to his resting spot with the one single oxpecker. It seems like this is a group of singles. A single female, single calf, single bull, and a single oxpecker. They really look like, especially in their face, they look like a horseshoe bat in my mind. So Rita, the role that a bull will play in the calf's life is not really in the rearing per se, but he is the territorial bull of the particular area that the female will remain in. So he does provide that sense of sort of security and leading of the group. But the females and the breeding herds, they do sometimes move between different males and different territories. So what he needs to try and do is try and keep as many females in his territory for as long as possible, so that he can mate with them and in so doing pass on his own genetics. They do then move, though, through different territories, and this ensures a nice mix of genetics, especially of the strongest males, because they're able to keep that group of females within said territory. So it's not a very hands-on role that the male plays, and with many species this is the case. But as you can see here, he is a very proud male and a very good little territorial zone that he has, but not keeping too many females in it currently. Maybe he's had enough and he wants to be on his own for a while. The time will come when there'll be more females around, that's for sure. They do say that, you know, sort of that territory, and maybe that's also where the phrase stomping ground comes from, because this is his particular stomping ground. And so he will, on top of that little mound that he's lying on, stomp on it a lot. There's also glands between the toes that he uses to mark as well. But he'll stomp on his urine, on his feces, and it's also a bit of a visual territorial mark. There's quite a bit of vocalization from the bulls as well. And if you hear the call of a black wildebeest, it's very bird-like. And it's like a reem, reem, reem. You cannot almost believe that it is in fact an antelope and a black wildebeest. And then their alarm call is more in the lines of that gnu, but it's more of a yeah, he's going to look at me now because he'll be thinking what a terrible alarm call that was. So I won't do it again. I don't want to disturb him, especially if he's thinking about going for a snooze. But that indeed is similar in some way to what the black wildebeest have as an alarm call. So if I had to get out of the vehicle now, that's exactly what he would do. And then everybody in this area, all the animals, would start looking in this direction where he is alarm calling towards. That oxpecker has got a friend who came across from the female. So, Picasso, I think your question is around the grass. Difference between in the Sabi Sands and here. There's a very big difference between the grass in the Sabi Sands and here, because in the Sabi Sands, that is in the Sauerveld. And here we sit in the Sweetveld. So if you have to look at it in general, you'll say that the carrying capacity of the Lowveld and the Sabi Sands is much, much lower than where we are situated here in the Eastern Cape. And it's also in the Cape Floral Kingdom. So the diversity and the palatable as well as nutritious plants that we find here is immense, as opposed to the sort of more regular, unpalatable, not so nutritious, not so tasty grasses in the Lowveld, and the carrying capacities there is much lower. So you've got to have a bigger space to be able to sustain the same amount of animals than we could have here in a much smaller space. And that's probably the reason why in the early 1800s we had the settlers, the European settlers and the farmers settling in this particular area because of its Sweetveld, the high nutritious nature of the grasses as well as all the plants. And so it was much easier for them to farm, especially with cattle, with livestock, with sheep. And it continues to this day. So this area is probably way better for wild animal populations than in the Sabi Sands. And it would have naturally been so. There would have been more antelope, there would have been more elephants, more predators. But with the settlements of humans, they would have obviously, taken them out. But if you had to return everything to the full natural status, this area would be much better for all the wildlife that we have in the Sabi Sands. They would do much better in these parts than they do there. But we as humans also do much better. We can farm here, we can do all the activities that we do with much better output than up in the Sabi Sands. So, yes, this is in fact naturally a better area and a much higher carrying capacity for most of the animals that occur on both sides. Naturally, however, you wouldn't normally get blue wildebeest down here. So you would have these different species, but in much higher numbers in these parts. And it goes right across. We talk about the Addo Elephant National Park. It's the highest concentration of the African elephants anywhere in the world, natural population. So, and that's because of the carrying capacity that they have in these, and that we have in these parts. So it can sustain more animals in a smaller space. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Lots more palatable grasses down here than you would find up in the Sabi Sands. Sweet veld versus the sour veld. So adult males with the black wildebeest, they normally range in between about 150 and just over 200 kilograms. Whereas the blue wildebeest will get quite a lot bigger than that. But even if you think about it, I mean, a 205 kilogram black wildebeest, it's still smaller than a blue wildebeest. But it's a very sizable animal. If we think that lions, you know, a big male lion is maybe 250 kilos, so he's still not much bigger than a black wildebeest, which we consider quite small. So it just puts that into perspective. The females laying will weigh a lot less, sort of between about 120 to 140 kilograms, so quite a lot lighter than the bulls, which you generally find within all the antelope. Little babies born in at around 10 kilograms. So and there with the ostriches, we said that they can live up to about 40 to 50 years in the wild. Well, it's generally a bit less than that. What was it, 30 to 40. Whereas wildebeest, they generally get up to about 20 years old. So, and with wildebeest, they also only generally breed once a year. Yeah, and this is obviously one of the species that, you know, needs protection. It's endemic to the southern African region and occur pretty much in Lesotho, Swaziland, South Africa, and Namibia. So, you know, obviously very important with those kind of species to protect them. And a reserve such as Amakhala, you know, making a safe haven for them, and they've got good numbers. It's obviously then a very valuable genetic pool that they have now created here in a previously farmed area, which has now been returned to its natural state. You see a lot of these areas that have been opened up for grazing wouldn't naturally look like this, but they're slowly returning to that more thickety type biome where we are situated right in the Albany thicket. So these kind of open grasslands weren't as big naturally as they are now, but they're slowly going to be colonized by these sweet thorns, needle bushes, the crowberries, the num-nums, etc. And then it will slowly colonize. And over the next 100 or 200 years, if it remains a protected area and it is allowed to succeed naturally, it will return to the Albany thicket. And then you wouldn't have as much sort of open areas available for grazing animals. So, Quinton, let's illustrate this question for you. BK, if you can zoom in nicely on that black wildebeest bull. If we look at him, he's very, very black. There's a little bit of a sheen of brown on him, and he's very big in the shoulders, but you do get that real black color sense from him. And then if we contrast that, and he's getting a bit irritated with those oxpeckers, with the female, who's also an adult on the right with the little baby, but she has a little bit more of a brown hue to her. So you can tell with real mature adults a slight difference between the male and the female, just in the males being almost completely black, whereas the females have got that more browny color to them. And obviously not as big in the shoulders, not as big horns, and not as heavy overall. But in the color, just the pure color, you can see the difference with that more brown on the female and black on the male, especially around the shoulders and towards the head. As a little baby now has had too much and going for a snooze. So the wind also picking up as we head into the later afternoon. It is a general occurrence. It's the change in temperatures, and with it comes a change in pressure, and that then forces the movement of air, which is what we term wind. So you can very often find in a very early morning we have a westerly breeze. It's normally quite light. And that's the sort of air rushing towards the ocean. And then later on in the afternoon, we have the opposite effect, where it starts coming towards the land. But it's much more profound in the afternoon. And as a result, it lands up with a lot more wind towards the evening and the sunset, coming from the east, coming from the ocean onto the land. So it's that ocean breeze which we're feeling currently. It's quite nice. It does cool things off a bit. It's not cold. It's just a little bit cooler than the outside air if it was still. And the wildebeest do like a little bit more of the shorter grass. And you won't see them really chewing off any of the longer stuff. The zebra do more of that. That's why you often find them together. You can see the real difference in color with the little calf. How it's brown, but a much lighter brown as well. So a totally different color to the adults. So you can pick them out, and there's quite a different call that they have too. They've got like a rrr, rrr. I'm being looked at by the bull again. He's disgusted with my impersonations, and he's so disgusted that he even stood up. I think he thinks he's going to be telling me off. Oh, he's going off his perch. Maybe he's going to go for a feed. He looks quite sort of lethargic in the way that he's walking. Not just that it's very hot. I have a feeling he might be getting on in a little bit old age. Maybe he's got a bit of arthritis, and maybe that's the reason he's only got one female. I'm just guessing, but it does look like he is walking with a little bit of difficulty. He is still a very good-looking male, but that walk doesn't look too comfortable.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Picasso, I'm just trying to understand your question. The radiation of blue and black wildebeest taking place. I'm not sure that I've got your question quite correctly, because if I just have to think about the mixing of blue and black wildebeest, naturally the geographical location. Yeah, so anyway, naturally speaking, the blue wildebeest is more occurs in a much wider geographical space, right through southern Africa into east and further north, whereas the black wildebeest only occurs in this part of the Karoo and up into Gauteng. So endemic, quite specific to those areas. And actually it goes so far as that it's actually illegal to keep black and blue wildebeest on the same reserve, because they are able to interbreed, and then you would obviously have this loss of genetic the genetics within the species itself. So it is law in South Africa. You're not allowed to have blue and black wildebeest on the same property, because naturally they were separated, and it needs to be maintained as such, otherwise you would slowly but surely lose the genetics mainly of the black wildebeest, because the numbers of blue wildebeest would sort of circumvent that. But yeah, really important for us to protect this particular species of wildebeest in the white-tailed gnu. So, as always, there is a start and an end to everything. So we are slowly but surely heading towards the end of Escape to Nature. It's been wonderful having you with us, escaping to nature, as we say. And, well, we are sitting here with black wildebeest. The ostriches have now decided to come and pay a visit with us. And across all the locations, I'm sure there's been magnificent diversity from the dam cams in Okukuyu and the others as well. I'm not sure which ones were on the show today, but Mashatu and Juma are always there or thereabouts. And at Kariga, not too far from here, and one of my favorite places as well. I hope you got an update on the different animals there. But yeah, that's the beauty of the bush. We never know what's going to show up. Sometimes we can see a little bit of regularity, but otherwise lots of randomness. And they call me Random Ralph, but I'm not going to be too random on the ending here. I'm going to say thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks to all the team, directors, producers, tech guys, camera operators, and the naturalists that helped to make the show. But obviously, of course, the wildlife as the stars have always got to be thanked, as well as you, the viewers, for watching. Thanks for jumping on board with us. It's been a wonderful day. After this, there will be Penguin Beach, and then later there will be the Sunset Safari. So stay tuned. There's lots of wild action coming your way. It never ends, and we're always live. So whatever you see is happening right now, and that for me is the absolute beauty of it. Thanks, folks. That's it from me for now. See you later. I'm Ralph Kirsten. Cheers.